some comments, YouTube comments, then from them go on into some theory. And then we're gonna play GTO Wizard trainer today with 4 tables. I will go into this why this later. And then we're gonna play probably a couple of Zoom tables, but more on that later. And also regular tables, but a lot of tables actually, for a specific reason. But let's first react to some YouTube comments. I think this is the last time I'm doing this though. There's a network theory video of Veritasium where it talks about negativity and how it spreads much more quickly in this world because we are so connected. I think a bit of this applies if you read the YouTube comments. Anyway, so I'm probably actually not gonna read a lot of them anymore, but let's react a little bit to this. So one theme here is that people seem to be triggered by my title. It was, can I beat L100 with pure GTO? Now, I can see how that could be misleading, but I don't think it misleads anyone, because like it wouldn't cross my mind to think that I'm playing pure GTO. Like pure GTO is not even a thing in GTO Wizard, right? Even those solutions, let alone like me being able to implement anything like that. So it didn't even cross my mind that this is someone could think that. And honestly, I think the people commenting here are also not actually thinking that. Let's put this a little bit. So how do I do this? Let's put this a little bit to the right. The people are also, I don't think, are not thinking this. They are thinking that other people might think that, and that this is misleading, and they want to basically tell what I'm telling you now, just to make it clear. Like, I don't, obviously, it's not pure GTO. Pure GTO would be like every single bet size, first of all. So every hand would mix pretty much that, not every sizing, obviously, but there would be a lot of mixing, and every hand would have basically bet the majority one bet size, and then every hand other, like a lot of mixing would be occurring with all sorts of bet sizing. I think that would be pure GTO in heads up poker at least, and then multiway is even, there's several different equilibria and so on and so on. So it's pure GTO is not a thing, and let alone like I cannot implement this, and I'm not even like trying to. This is not what this is about. I just want to make that clear. So let's read the comment. And human playing pure GTO, yeah, obviously I can't, right? Then we have the constant clicking is extremely annoying. I hope I played a little bit around with the sound settings. Sorry about that. I mean, still probably gonna be there, to be honest, but I hope it's better. If you could play pure GTO, you would be playing a lot higher than L100. I don't think that's correct. And in actuality, I mean, yeah, if you could play pure GTO, you would probably have higher chances of beating higher up games than N100, because N100 is just having too much rake. Well, higher games wouldn't, but higher games doesn't mean even like that they are even harder, right? If you play really high games with a bunch of Twitch streamer celebrities or something like that, you can sit me there and I'm playing this blindfolded. It's just about having the money to play them. And pure GTO, I don't think is gonna like magically get you the money at lower stakes because of the high rake. This is an experiment. Like, I'm not saying that I'm playing pure GTO, but I'm also saying, or that's what I'm saying, is that I don't think that GTO is necessarily gonna beat L100 just by playing it. Especially, like, I think in Zoom games there might not be enough fish and the rake might be too high and people might be playing too tight, that if you play pure GTO, or I'm saying this again, like, with pure GTO, I don't mean pure GTO, I just mean any sort of style where you don't make assumptions about how people deviate from GTO and then make adjustments for your range, or not only deviate their ranges but also deviate how they respond to your bets and so on, right? So that's the essence of that, and essentially also gonna play in a style where there is no way to majorly fuck myself, right? If you would, let's say, you would fold 60% on each street, right? There is a certain way that you would absolutely destroy myself. If you would call each street 70%, there is a certain way that you can absolutely destroy myself, right? If you would open 30% on the gun, there is a certain way that you can absolutely destroy myself. If you fold your blinds always, there's also a certain way that you can fuck myself. And the idea is to play a style where you can't necessarily win big against me. But by the way, you can play such a style and then still make assumptions about your opponents. You can exploit them, potentially. Not even potentially. You can exploit them, and you can also, like, we will read another comment later on that. You can set this whole thing up in a way where you're not that exploitable, and you're exploiting the opponents and so on. So that's basically what I'm working on a lot. For my real games. The reason that I'm playing, or that I'm doing this GTO experiment here, is, first of all, I'm interested in how this would do, especially the approach that I'm doing that I'm now planning to do, right? So let's get into this a little bit later, but I'm not sure. I think personally you would need a lot of table selection to be able to beat it, but I'm not sure. Like, maybe it's beating if you do that, and yeah. So I'm not playing perfect GTO. What I'm trying to do, and there's also, like, things you can set up in a way where you're not exploitable and so on, and you're exploiting and have bet size that naturally exploit the opponents, blah blah blah. What I'm trying to do is mainly also not necessarily think deeply about each hand, right? We're gonna play a lot of tables. Since now making this idea up basically today, but that's what we're gonna do, even though it's extremely distracting, and I think I cannot read a lot of chat during the play because that's not possible, and then also table selecting in between. But and honestly, like, I'm playing bad if I'm playing a lot of tables. I noticed that I oftentimes don't even know what's going on in their hand. Then sometimes I'm like not thinking through the hand any longer than okay, I clearly have a bluff catcher here. Let's randomize 20% and I'm out, or something like that, right? It because it let's say I don't even know what's going on in this hand. This sounds horrible, by the way, but give me a second. Then sometimes it's not worth like thinking of the through this hand because you have five other hands going on, right? I'm just like saying it is horrible, but there is it is not perfect. It's far from perfect. But the approach that we're taking through this horrible six tabling is not like, okay, we have this game plan, we're gonna range bet every flop, and we're gonna like never bluff, and or we're gonna only bluff our whatever we have set up, right? But no, we're actually trying to hit frequencies, and you can also do this better. But what I'm trying to do is train my intuition with the GTO trainer for this, and you can, especially like I think it helps a lot if you play 4 tables because that simulates this much better. It's not like you play one hand and think deeply through this hand, but you think about this hand. It's the same problem with multi-tabling, by the way. And why probably playing 1 or 2 tables is much better, because you can actually focus on the one hand and really think this through. While playing 4 tables, you think about this hand on one street, and then you think about the next hand on a totally different situation, and then you third hand, and then fourth hand, and then you're back to this hand on the next street, and hopefully you know the action and how the ranges interact and so on on that, while keeping track of the other hand at the other table. So I'm just saying it's hard, and that's why training it and with 4 tables here I think makes a lot of sense, because that's also then a good check up on how much we screw up. I can tell you that I played a session today with GTO trainer where I folded biggest blunder. I looked that up after the session, and the biggest blunder was I just folded the nut straight at the river because I thought it was ace high or something, and I didn't notice this during gameplay. So yeah, that's not quite pure GTO, is all I'm saying. And I'm also saying I'm making probably very big mistakes, including like folding the nuts on the river if I play too many tables. So don't play necessarily too many tables. Hopefully, however, this stuff doesn't happen all that often. And well, in this session I played 250 hands and ended up having a 5 PB per 100 loss against what would be GTO opponents, right? If they don't exploit certain things. But just by folding that straight mainly. So that's roughly what this cost me. And the funny thing is, like, I don't even know how often I do this in real game, right? Because I wouldn't notice necessarily. Yeah, so that could be a very much a downside to playing too much tables that I haven't really noticed. But I mean, playing this, you have a checkup on how bad you're actually doing. And what I basically mean by intuition is we're gonna look at our hand and the situation and the RNG, and then gonna decide what, if this is a check, if this is a bet, if this is a large bet, and so on. It's not gonna be quite perfect. And also, you can think through hands very logically and with like ranges counting, combinations counting in 3 pots and so on. Or you can think about them in terms of like, how often does my range have hit top pair, how many straight draws do I have, how many gut shots do I have, how many flush draws do I have, how many non-made hands do I have, how many non-made hands have backdoor flush draws, and so on. And then logic your way to defending and raising frequencies and so on, and also keep track on how much you have raised on the flop away. So what does your range now exactly look at the turn, and then decide, okay, I need to do this and this in order to not be exploitable and so on, right? So you could do that, and I think that's and that's the stronger approach, and probably for one table also what I would do, and what you also have to do, I think, if you encounter situations that you are not very familiar with, right? So it's something that you like. I think that's actually where this is where poker skill shines. So if you want to be good at poker, you probably want to know how much you have certain things, and then do range calculations, and because that's also how you figure out how much you want to bet, how your range plays, everything, right? And that's not necessarily easy. And so you need to do this anyway, but like, we're not going to do this pre-flop, right? I'm not like thinking, we like, people have pre-flop charts, whatever. Like, I try also to, like, my pre-flop, I don't have charts. Like, I basically train this through intuition of playing with GTO only. And then on the flop, it's so early in the hand that you can actually, like, do you really want to reason? You can set up your frequencies in certain ways and so on, and yeah, that's one method. And maybe I do this in game, maybe I don't. The other thing is, like, I'm streaming this, right? So the idea from this comes mainly not because I think this is perfect poker. It's an experiment. I love doing experiments, by the way. I'm doing all sorts of shit. If you see me, like, playing L10 to L25, I usually have some sort of, like, crazy strategy that I'm playing, just to try things out, or some thought process that I want to test or whatever, right? So anyway, so we're testing this now. I'm not saying this is the key to making endless amounts of money. This is an experiment, right? So maybe we are not even beating this with this. That's possible. And I think actually it requires a lot of table selection in order to win. But maybe I will probably try and play the leaderboard hands on stream for now. So we're gonna play some Zoom and some other tips. So yeah, I'm on stream, so I don't want to reveal what I'm actually doing on stream for free. Like, it's too much of, like, I could definitely see that my opponents are watching, and I don't want to tell them too much about how I think. So we are now thinking in this term, right? And a very unexplorative way is, like, what can go wrong with this, especially also. Yeah, so here's what I'm doing. Like, on the flop, you can you could set it up, say, okay, I raise my backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, overcards, this percentage of the time, and blah blah blah, right? I have a very, like, okay, and then you can also, like, obviously need to look at, and you still need to do that, by the way, now, how many value hands you have, like how many sets you have flopped and so on. But, like, you can do this also very intuitively, and for a lot of tables, oftentimes you will have to do it, especially in very common situations like the flop, right? So you could look at your hand and the flop and the structure and the situation and so on, and then think, okay, this hand here is a gut shot with a backdoor flush draw, and I've seen this hand raising before, right? And then intuitively think, okay, this is my random generator. Is this a raise? This is not a raise. Am I folding? No, I'm not folding. So, and then basically do that. Whatever you think is most likely the GTO trainer response for this. Am I, like, perfectly balanced with this? Am I even, like reaching a 100% GTO wizard score as it says here over 8 hands. No, right? And even if I would be reaching a higher GTO wizard score, doesn't mean I'm like not vulnerable. This is not even getting close, obviously. What we can see is that if our opponents are not doing some crazy shit against us, that we wouldn't lose much against them. Because you can see that at the average EV loss per hand. And that's also accounting like if they play perfect GTO as well, right? And the higher the GTO wizard score, technically you have less frequency deviations. So does that mean, I mean, if you always would deviate on the too much bluffing side, an example, right? You could have a very high GTO wizard score because you overbluff 10% with each hand, and then you would still be overbluffing your whole range, right? But chances are this is going to be equaling out, and good luck guessing which spots I'm wrong with the frequencies. Okay, so that's basically the approach. And then also for turn play and so on the river, it's a little bit different. You need to actually think in the low spots and other spots you need to think, but that's basically the idea, to do a lot of things intuitively. And we will see that later when we get to playing with this. I think I scored with this 4 tables like a 96 GTO wizard score. I think that's relatively good. Besides the the not straight fold that I did. Like a misclick fold, right? That was the EV loss, but other than that, also not much EV loss. So yeah, I'm not saying that I'm coming back to the comments. I'm not saying that this is pure GTO. I'm not trying that. I actually changed the title now to Can I Beat L1 with just GTO, just for you guys, to not trigger you too hard. But and then also, like, I'm not perfect. I will definitely make mistakes. I will make a lot of them. It's just the approach that we're taking. Okay, real title should be Can I Beat L100 with my interpretation of GTO? Yeah, that goes against this as well. Also, like, I'm not titling it this way. It's just like not a good title. Okay, so let's look at the other comments. By the way, shout out to the YouTube viewers. This is quite more successful than I thought on YouTube. Okay, so he spent a lot of time actually writing, or not a lot of time, but he watched one hand and now he knows. I think he knows how I think and so on. So I'm sorry to tell you, but your play will not be GTO, not close. Yeah, we discussed that. Even if Wizard tells you're not losing much EV, you wouldn't need to cheat in order to do this experiment. Well, as I said, like if opponents play GTO and don't exploit us necessarily, don't do anything. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, they are not playing GTO, right? They're playing some certain way. They might be underbluffing, overbluffing, right? And then if you're on the wrong side of this, yes, you will lose more. So all that is definitely the case, and I'm well aware of that. It's just we're just gonna do it this way. We'll see what happens. So even top 10 world players, yeah, same thing. And then basically he goes on and thinks he watched one hand and now he thinks I'm just copying, which is true, right? We are in this approach very intuitively copying without thinking through the hands. But let that not necessarily fool you. I'm definitely, I think, understanding poker very well. I don't, like, I watch a lot of content everywhere and I don't necessarily see anything that I haven't thought about. extensively before. So it might not be obviously perfect in any sport, obviously, and very like the details and so on. There's probably better players out there. And as I said, like the main skill actually comes from, I think, knowing how much you have each stuff and such. Not, but also understanding, and also like in general, like doing a lot of experiments, as I said, like how to think. What is important in a hand, right? What is important in poker to win, and yeah. So he goes on that basically I did probably bet. I don't remember the hand, but I choose a wrong sizing, and this was not optimal because I could have bet bigger, and your hand was simply wants to put in more money that in such a wide configuration. Out position is very rarely trapping using this line and scheme, and you have enough equity to go further value. It's thin a bit, it's very easy to miss. So that's where now the analyzing part even begins. Because I have things about this to say. So on one hand, I would say it doesn't matter sizing. First of all, you can refer to my prior videos where I compared many sizings against one sizing for strategies, overall strategies. Did a video on that like years ago before GTO Wizard existed. And then also GTO Wizard came up with this dynamic bet sizing. And they did actually more extensive analysis on how much AV that costs you, right? And how much, I think, also comparing to one static size. And yes, obviously it costs some AV, but it's actually not that dramatic. We are talking beating the rake of 6 BB 100 or whatever that is. That's huge. And the thing is, it might be huge in one hand even, right? But then you only play like 10% of flops or something like off your hands. So you even that is not what like the hand is. And then also if you are at a spot like the river, the V you see there, you don't reach that river spot all that often. If it's a 4-bet pot, yeah, the pot is huge, but you don't reach that pot very often. So how much does that even actually contribute to your strategy? And I think bet sizing is a thing. Like in pure GTO, by the way, I'm saying this is not important, and then I'm gonna tell you why it is important, and then I'm gonna tell you why it's actually not important. So stick with me. I get this point, right? First of all, like overall, you could have one strategy sizing, especially with dynamic sizing, and that would be fine. Obviously, which sizing you would want to choose is a different story. But also, like if you choose a little bit wrong sizing, that is not tested by GTO Wizard, but I don't think that's going to be mattering versus GTO opponents. Let's look at a spot. It's a single spot, slightly different ranges, but whatever. So we checked down to the river, and now on the river I set 3 sizes: one small sizing, one big or like close to pot sizing, and one overbet, and the check, of course. And as you can see, we have some bluffs. Then we start betting small, and that bet's pure, right? And then as we equity goes higher. So you don't see that, right? Let me go to the screen. Sorry. So the bar here on the left, if you're not familiar with GTO Plus, first of all, well, I'm not affiliated by the way, but with them, but it's a great tool, and it's one-time price, pretty cheap, so it's pretty good. So on the right here, you have the low equity hands, right? Those are sometimes bluffing. Then we have high equity hands that are mainly checking. And then we reach a point where the hands want to pure bet small. There's no big betting. Obviously, your hand doesn't have enough equity to do that. And there's no checking, right? So it's clearly your hand on the river wants to do that. And then once you reach high equity hands, the hands want to bet bigger. Okay, cool. But if you look at the Vs versus the GTO opponent, it's 41.61. Let's look at King 10 off, the top of the hands there, right? It's 45.07 for the big bet and 44.46 for the small bet and 44.88 for the check. So depending on if you put it in the checking range or if you want to bet small, there's like a 0.5 big blind. By the way, this is not big blind, right? This is actually a 10% of the big blind. So there's a 0.05 big blind that you were losing. And as I said, like this is on the river for one specific hand. Yeah, right? So there is definitely a difference, right? This clearly wants to not bet small. This wants to bet big. But doing it the other way around, and this is the case here. Even this hand even here checks, right? But you could potentially even bet it, first of all. And we will see this in a second. But and then you reach eventually also the overbet spots. Now we have 17, or look at the top end again, like 73.65 EV for the overbet. But if you just bet it medium, right, it's 73.4, which is basically zero difference. If you bet it small, okay, there is then quite some loss. You probably need some more bet sizes. I'm just saying, like, if you bet 88 or 100 or 60 with one hand, I don't even have set this up, but is likely not mattering that much. Now I will tell you why well, first of all, I will show you more, and then I will tell you why it probably matters, and then after that, I'm going to tell you why it actually doesn't matter. Let's look at, to basically prove that point, right? Let's actually lock all decisions. Like if our opponent doesn't change their strategy, they're playing GTO, right? So in GTO, if we don't assume that our opponents change strategy, right? This is 20. Our strategy at the river node has 23.53 EV. So first thing that we can do is we can check all bluffs. Let's see how much that costs. 23.53. Now it's 23.528. So remember, 1 is 0.1 big blinds. So yeah, obviously, like the goal of GTO is that you cannot bluff, because as soon as you can bluff and allow him to bluff everything profitable, now a huge chunk of your range gets a small portion of whatever you allow him. That's usually very costly, right? But obviously with GTO, if our opponent would truly play GTO, you could just check. And not bluff, and it wouldn't cost you shit. Okay, so now let's say we do bet everything small from here on out. Check the rest. So 23.39, that's not even correct. Okay, so that's 23.37. And if I unlock this again, it was 23.53. So there is definitely a difference, right? Because those hands want to bet bigger. Those hands want to check. But it's 0.1 big blind. Not 0.1 big blind, 0.01 big blind. I was saying like, okay, but per 100 hands, that's one big blind per 100. Yeah, but you're on the river. That spot didn't happen very often. I mean, obviously you have all sorts of spots and all sorts of hands. But then also but also the pot is usually bigger at the river, which is not the case right now. But And then also you don't play every pot, every hand. So really this has probably an impact of assuming similar situations of 0.1 big blinds per 100. Choosing the sizing. You can do it, you cannot do it. Versus GTO opponents, right? And what you can also do is just check everything, right? Because your opponent doesn't adjust. Then we have 23.2, which is horrible, by the way, right? In general. Or you could bet your strongest hands overbet. You can bet this, and then you can bet this small. And like this is very broadly, right? And then we check a lot. So that puts us at surprisingly 23.2. I think the strongest hand probably want to check raise maybe. Then we probably have some bigger wet portion. And also I'm missing a lot of these small bets are important a little bit, right? So that puts us at 23.31. All I'm saying is like, if you, like, what would hurt, I think, is if you would be overbetting all this. Oops. Like everything that would be betting small, you would overbet now. Now you would actually be losing, right? That shit is important. So when you're saying like, have like I should bet my hand bigger in order to reach the value ceiling and so on, you always run also in the risk of betting, like being wrong, because you are not a pure solver and betting it too large, right? And if you bet too large, it's usually it's not gonna necessarily cost you all that much either, but I think at least versus GTO opponents, the risk of betting too large is usually like you losing more than if you would bet it too small, right? If we unlock this again and look at King 5 of spades, right? If we it's 25.25 EV. If we bet it 75% pot, or 80% pot, it's actually not. Yeah, it's losing. It's actually losing one already. But if we would overbet, it would losing massively, right? And then checking is not too bad either. If we have this hand, King 10 of spades, which can bet near pot, betting it too small would cost 0.5. But overbetting it would cost 6. Right, so betting it too large is running the risk of betting it too large, and that's gonna be costing more than betting it too small. That's one factor, and then the other factor is it doesn't really matter all that much in GTO terms of what you bet is unless it's too small. So it's oftentimes also easier to have fewer sizings to set up because you can easily balance them. It's very hard actually if you have 3 sizes and then look at your no-mate hands and basically how do you, and then if you say like, okay, I'm blocking the straight here, right? So I should probably overbet all the Jack X and bluff overbet with this. Oh, then you're actually overbluffing. I actually checked that spot. And so you cannot really do that, but also then other spots you might be underbluffing. It's quite hard. It's much easier to have 1 or maybe 2 sizings and say something like, okay, I can bet this and this for value, so I'm gonna bluff up to this hand in of shorter value or something like that, right? Or well, this percentage of my no-mate hands are betting. Whatever you want to do there. So it's actually quite hard to get this right. And especially if you play a lot of 6 tables and don't think about this too hard and just see Jack X and then overbet, a more opponent that really is good and really dives in deep and plays 1 table can probably figure things then out. Maybe like, okay, he's probably going to bet all the Jack X overbet, but he doesn't even have that much combos of the overbet value range. So if I make the math, he's bluffing probably 40% where he should be bluffing 38%. So I'm gonna call my king jack offsuit over 2 streets high. Yeah, I mean that could happen, right? And really good players could probably do that. And so I'm just saying, like, that's a thing that it's easier to have a balanced strategy with fewer sizes or one. So that's not necessarily that we are doing this right now. We are basically looking at the intuitively, right? I'm basically looking at Jack 6x, and then I'm looking at the random generator, and I'm thinking, okay, how likely is it? Like, how much of this would I have to overbet? If I roll really low, I'm gonna overbet it. I'm gonna do this probably more likely with Jack X than, let's say 6-4, but not pure or whatever, right? And obviously it's not perfect either, right? But that's just our experiment. Okay, so now onto his point that he's saying, right? He's basically saying your hand simply wants to put in more money than such a wide range configuration. Out of position is very rarely trapping using this line. So that, first of all, we can put in more, sure. Should we put in more? Maybe, yeah. If you, like right now, this is locked to the GTO response, but if we lock this and just remove, like put some of the hands that raise to call, right, very few, and then remove some of the bluff raises as well. Like, I'm not doing this very often, right? I'm just removing some, so he's going to be under bluffing. Yeah, under bluffing. So first let's put this to call, and then remove. Let's see what portion could we remove. Probably this portion. So it's gonna raise less is what I'm blocking here, right? Basically, the simulation of like people are not really trapping in this line is making assumptions about the opponent's range at that point, which is already deviating. I'm not saying this is a bad approach. This is good. I think you should do this and then play GTO up to that point. But I'm not even want to tell you this that I just did. Because I'm streaming and I don't want to give anything away about my real strategy. We're just gonna do this experiment and play it versus GTO. So actually the idea is to not make this on purpose, not because I want to play good, but because I want to not do this and see if I can still somehow win. Maybe I cannot, right? Because I think this shit is important, that you actually see what the range is at that point and then play. You can play an unexploitable. You don't have to overbluff or underbluff or something, right? But making assumption on that range is probably going to help if that range is really that range, right? If a fish lamps 40%, and that's the only one assumption that we're going to make, by the way, that recreationals are going to have a wider preflop range than GTO assumes. Then you can make the assumption and make an exploitative strategy from that point on, and then even if it doesn't have that range, you're not getting completely killed either. But that's an exploitative adjustment, just so you understand. So that's not. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying this is not the goal of this. Okay, so now let's keep logging and remove some of the raises and then some of the bluff raises. Okay, and then also, I mean, now I think it might check a lot. We can also probably work on the on the betting range there, but let's for now leave that as GTO. Okay, so this is what we want to do now, right? Now we want to be betting and actually betting even, yeah, a lot lower up because we don't get raised off, right? This is a way of making sure we don't get bluffed out, because if we check, I haven't locked this, right? He still bluffs us out, but if we bet small, he's actually not. So that's why solvers choose this. We can also like lock this and just remove some of the bluffs, right? Say he's not bluffing some of the A size. Okay, so now we get a much more clearer picture of what we want to do. We want to check, and then we want to bet small, and then we want to bet big, and then we want to bet really big. And now if we look at the EVs, obviously the small hand cannot bet big. The EV difference here is 37.32 if you look at the highest hand versus 35. So it's actually a 2 difference, right, between the small bet and the big bet. And the check is also much worse than the bet, right? Because, well, we don't get bluffed off that much, and also we don't get enough value if we check with this hand. So that's what he's basically saying. They're not basically trapping and making assumption on how they would be playing, let's say, right? A little bit. I mean, it doesn't say that. We talked about different streets, but this is also something where it maybe matters that you bet your full hand of the value, because if you have opponents that bluff a little bit too much and don't put enough money into the pot, then this is what you want to do. And then you actually see a difference between the hands, right? Now ace 10 that wants to bet big, all of a sudden, even though GTO want to check at that point, is a hell of a difference, right? It's 48 versus 44. It's 4 difference, and it's still 4 difference to the overbet though. So it's quite some value. And the hands that want to overbet, basically all top pairs here, queen 6 want to overbet, like almost 2x overbet. And I mean, the cutoff here it's pretty close between the 2 sizes, right? And it gets more and more the higher up you go. If you have a hand like queen 5 to pair, well, the overbet is probably not near too much. Like, difference here is relatively small to the big bet, and that's another point. Like, even in this scenario, maybe it's okay to just have a pot size bet or whatever I put in, right? I might just have been, by the way, obviously totally wrong about the situation and blah blah blah. I'm not perfect. I'm just saying that putting in the overbet, even in this case, I mean, also we didn't perfectly lock here either, right? Maybe the I locked more raises on the medium bet than the overbet. That's also possible, right? But I mean, I don't know, like, you can see that the higher equity hands at least are much better bet big than small. No question about it. And yeah, that is making that assumption. And then also, like, if you do that, right, you can also think like things like, okay, maybe it's actually, if I bet overbet, he's just gonna fold a little bit too much, or like raise even less. But if I bet big, there's a higher chance that they raise, and blah 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 blah. So those are all the assumptions that you can make, and those are all good, and those like probably also part of what you can do to win, of course, right? But those are, again, like, probably assumptions, right? I don't even know. So we still, like, I'm not saying this is bad, but I'm not doing this. I'm not speculating on this on the stream here, right? Which of the bet sizes I want to take with which hand, and maybe we think that that goes now into the very exploitive territory when you think like, okay, it's overfolding to overbets, then bluff everything in overbet and bet your value small or something like that, right? But you can also set it like this, where you would still, the calling is by the way unlocked, right? So or it's still doing this. So you could still have a balanced strategy and bet this, right? If we lock this now, this time of gameplay where you just bet your hand, you don't mix in anything, and then actually unlock the imposition play again. Then you can see that this is did actually lock in some mixing mistakes. So we probably have to adjust this a little bit to not be unbalanced. So this is too much overbet bluffs. Let's just check some of them for now to get this balanced. So this is better, let's say. And then here we get called too much. So we also need to reduce some of those bluffs. Yeah, just so he cannot station, because that's quite EV hurting, and I want to make the point of how much EV costs this, assuming you have a balanced range and your opponent cannot do this. I want to see this, that I haven't tested out yet. So that's interesting to me to see how much EV it would cost if I have this betting style here, right, where I have this and this and this, very linear, and then have appropriate bluffs to it. How much EV would it cost? So this is still a bit much. Okay, so now we're getting there, and here we just have way too much of this as well. Yeah, as you can see, this is just triggering me a little bit too much. So I'm not gonna read comments too much. But yeah. So it's amazing that, by the way, that we have so much overbet here, and this is not overbluffing. This is what pot odds do, right? You just cannot bluff a lot on the small sizing. Yeah, this is honestly, it is not gonna get, the fold is not gonna get very little, just because we don't have anything to mix this in, right? I mean, let's give it some trap bets for now, just to avoid that. He still can raise 39% and folds 20, but let's leave it for now, right? You need that, because if not, he could raise everything that is better than second pair, and then bluff everything. So that's very costly as well, obviously. Okay, so this is halfway. Okay, so that would be then at 21.15 EV, and part of this comes from the fact that we're not having protected ranges in this enough yet, and also the bluffing frequencies are not right. But okay, so that's 22, right? So if we made that assumption about our opponent, how our opponent would be playing, By the way, the other part was also then that we obviously fold versus the raises. It's also a very heavy exploit, which is, yeah, it's potentially very killing, right? Because he just, if you fold enough raises, but he just has so many potential raise bluffs. But okay, let's not get into this anymore. Okay, so this is, I think, roughly how this would look if you would do this and try to exploit this. This is 22 EV, 21.2. And GTO is 23.53. So I'm not sure what your strategy was. If it was before, we can probably look up that in the board or something later on. But I think you probably, with your adjustment, also risk potential counter exploitation. I'm not just saying that they are doing this is probably very extreme. I'm just saying this is not necessarily completely. And you probably want a way then to mitigate this a little bit while still rather betting the size of your hand and blah, blah, blah. I think in a lot of times it probably makes sense to do that, as you said. But you also, first of all, need to be careful not to bet too big still. Then second of all, it might not matter, depending on the reaction, how much you really bet, if it's bot or bet or 60% bot or 100% bot. This is all very little effect. And then now I'm gonna tell you, after I told you basically that yes, this would matter, it's not mattering because first of all, that's not what we are trying to. It's kind of like an exploitation step. And we're not trying to play good poker, trying to play make an experiment of a very specific experiment. This is not a pure GTO experiment, but intuitively going through GTO and doing the same thing and see how that does at M100. Okay, so yeah, and also why this does not matter. We have seen that this has now a huge EVs of like 2, right? 2 difference. But this is only 2 difference for like a small section, like 20% of the hands. So overall for the turn strategy, we probably would see, even if we make that assumptions, not that much gain. The main gain comes from him actually not bluffing the river, and that then we can actually gain from there. But that in itself would be, even with the other betting scheme, very profitable. The difference between the bet sizes maybe 0.2. So as you can see with 23.53 and we gaining 0.2 or something, it's not that much. And this is again a river spot that's not happening all that often. Okay, you have other spots, but also it's not 0.2 big blinds, it's actually 0.02 big blinds. And we're not playing every pot. So in the overall strategy sense, how much EVBB per 100 is that gonna cost you? It's not much. That's my point. So if you think that somehow if you played perfect GTO, like really pure GTO, right? And that would then magically crash, and then the reason why the other GTO approaches that might be pretty good but not perfect, they're just missing the perfect bet size and so on, right? So that's why they're not crushing. I don't think so. I think it's just, okay, you're playing GTO, right? We're locking this. Or let's say my opponent is GTO. If my opponent is GTO, I can just lock this as 0% bets, or I can bet it all. It doesn't matter because my GTO opponent is not reacting to me. That's part of what makes this necessarily. Don't get me wrong. Like you can make a lot of mistakes with GTO as well, and then also, I think a lot of the value comes from recreational players that play too many hands and so on, right? So That's where we want to bet, not necessarily by. I don't think that pure GTO, if you could achieve it somehow, which you can't, would then automatically crush. It might be more crushing given that your opponents are playing badly in a certain size, in a certain way, and the other modeled approach that my interpretation of GTO, as the one comment said, is actually not exploiting the opponents naturally, right? But GTO probably like pure GTO maybe would, but maybe also not. And I don't think, like, even with the assumptions, it's not necessarily automatically super crushing or something like that. Especially not if you play on tables with regs only or very nitty players. I don't think you will beat the reg. So, with that, let's play some nitty Zoom games. And I don't know. Like, I think for the leaderboards, I just want to test this a little bit out. And so this is not Zoom, this is GTO Wizard Trainer. So this, we're gonna play some like 250 hands or something like that and train the intuition a little bit, and then we're gonna jump into the Zoom games. And I think with Zoom games I can also then read chat or something. I haven't even put that up. Yeah, alone sometimes we are folding the nuts. Yeah, exactly. I said this earlier that doing this here, I actually folded the nuts by accident and just noticed going through the blunders later on. I wonder how much that happens if we just play a lot of tables. So what we'll be doing on the Zoom games then is that I will be taking breaks, and only in the breaks take, like, first of all doing the table selection for the normal tables that we probably will also have, and then also reading chat, right, in the same process. But then if I'm playing, I'm actually like maybe not even talking that much, and not reading chat. Okay, so let's just do this. As I said, like, I'm just doing this intuitively. For now, that's basically what we're trying out here. And then also doing this in game. And with 4 tables, I could do 2 and it would be as fast, quickly, like similar fast, I think. The reason I'm doing 4 is that this simulates a game much more, where I will lose track of ranges if I think about this hand and this and this and this. So it's much harder to do 4. But it's kind of like a test on how well we do roughly, right? And it's a good checkup if, assuming our opponent would be playing GTO, how much would we be losing there. Okay, so let's go for a bit. And obviously we don't need to think about bet sizes all that much. Oh god, I'm doing a lot of pre-flop blunders, to be honest. And what this doesn't account for is, like, once I made a blunder, it does have no future equity. Okay, so I'm just gonna shut up because this is quite hard with 4 tables. If I'm talking, I just clicking random buttons. I need to actually focus and make mistakes. It's unbelievable, by the way, that I'm happy 94. Like I made so many bad decisions already. Um. Anyway, this is fucking great. Now we can randomize and fold 10%. How many queen? There's even king, queen, and queen. I think we don't even start randomizing. Okay, I guess I was wrong about that. So this would be one of the situations where you can't go intuitively about it. You actually do have to do some math and some combination checking and so on. How much you have. I'm already also distracted by just streaming and not even talking. Like I can't turn off my streaming thinking brain all that much. Yeah, so this is all in all, like I can feel how like it's also a good test on I definitely suck a lot with a lot of tables. That said, um if it's not hurting too much, there's a lot more hands. And like I'm also doing this very quickly, like even thinking about each situation 2 to 3 seconds, it's gonna much more improve quality of play, to be honest. I'm just trying to do this extremely and on purposely very quickly and not thinking a lot about it. Ooh, that one probably hurt. So I'm gonna give you a good example if I find one, or when I'm not even like trying to recount the action. And then that might actually be sometimes wrong, but hopefully it's not always. I haven't found that what I was looking for yet. So I mean, I'll tell you that in this case, I need to think about um if I should value bid this or not, right? This depends on, now I have to look at the situations, do some range calculations on what checks what, and what how much 5x do we have, how much 4x, how much queen x, how much king x, and so on. And then if I want to bet, or like how much I want to bet, right? And then okay, it's likely not big, so we're gonna bet small. So it makes it easier if you just have like two sidings or something like that. But let's say I would have ace four here. I'm just gonna check. I'm not gonna like the match. Like most likely the action doesn't really matter, right? And okay, maybe I could check if there's too much ace highs here, and everything that is a six would bet 10% of the pot, and that's why we now can bet our ace four, or ace king high, or ace jack high, or something like that, right? But in most scenarios, I think this is a check, and then intuitively I'm just gonna check. Could be wrong about a lot of this, but sometimes I have to think about this. This is a much more tricky spot. It was a pure bet, right? I could have bet bigger even. Okay. So let's play to 300 hands. I think they go pretty quickly with that much tables. This don't have a lot of 4x or the other cards, so I think this is a check. What even is the situation, right? In enough times this wouldn't matter. This situation you would still fold, but in this situation it matters. How is there 9 big blinds in the pot? Ugh. Probably I bet the flop and then check back. Okay, so I do not have a lot of things, so I probably for 11 probably need to call. Nice. This, I mean, I'm sometimes wrong with turning things into bluffs because there's obviously a 7x that would make this better, but we do have a spade. So I think this at least sometimes would turn the bluff because we just have so much of the Broadway cards and flush draws. So let's bet this, probably the wrong sizing, maybe small sizing would have been better. Maybe this also checks, yeah, okay. Once you start this, it's hard to stop because you will always be in 4 tables in one hand that you want to finish, but then you are like, I'm going strictly from table to table, right? I'm not playing the hand till the end or something. So you will always be in some sort of hand. Okay. You rolled an 88. Usually at the turn. Yeah, I can see why the sand is not mixing, but there's usually at least some portion of mixing sometimes going on, let's say. don't think I can bet 99. I don't really want to bet 33. I'm not sure that's a thing in position. His king probably could bet that, but just gonna check. And it did that example by estimating how much flushes he has. And then also 4x, I guess. um, okay, so small bet EV is close, but can't bet this, yeah. Queen Jack is like pre-flop my top most misplayed hand. I think like sometimes four betting that if it's a pure fold, or sometimes calling it too much. I noticed that by myself, of myself. Okay. So we are already above the 250 hands. Let's play 300 hands, I guess. Shouldn't have bet this. Monotone bots don't want to bet this much in bots. um. God, pre-flop blunders all over the place. Okay, so Evilios is pretty high. Not sure which not straight I folded this time. Are you still playing poker regularly? Yep. Okay, folding this was the check raise. I know that hand was very expensive. I can see that. Yeah, I don't know why I folded there. That's the danger of like probably rolled really low and then I don't have a back to draw, but I know that they have to call also. It's the danger of putting too much emphasis on the roll. This hand would have, I think, bluffed. Yeah, I mean, it marks it as what, like 5 BB loss, but really it's 3.65 in check, 5.8 in bet, so it shouldn't be that much EV loss. Oh, it isn't. It wasn't. It was 2. Now the real EV loss hand. If you do mistakes in big pots, then those are going to be very costly, especially if you fold away equity. If you call too much, yeah. But if you fold something that you shouldn't, usually very costly, especially in forward pods. So if those happen, then they don't happen always. They happen rare, more rare. But if they do, then that's going to be a big jump in costliness. So I rolled a 7, right? So I thought like, okay, this hand can re-raise sometimes. I actually could have raised and should have raised all in with this hand. That's probably why. Because you cannot really fold this hand. I forward folded. But that was the mistake, right? I should have either called all in or raised all in myself directly. So that was really costly. Yeah, I mean, frequency differences is not that much that ends here, and then those are very little. Then a lot of them are actually pre-flop. I pretty much suck at trio pots, especially if like I only try to do it in 1 second and not think 5 seconds. If I think 5 seconds, I think I'm not better. Also did exactly that before the stream. But yeah, without 1 second to think, I'm still making probably too much mistakes. Okay, then let's log into stars. Hopefully not losing 8 BB per 100 there. I mean, usually this is much lower for when I play. Maybe this was because I have so many tables, but I also did some sessions earlier where I played those 500 hands. An example would have been an average of 3 BB per 100 or something like that. GTO with a score of 95. So this session was particularly bad. This was also done with many tables. Yeah, we also need to switch databases. I need to switch database. And then probably update the chart and whatnot. That's the wrong graph. Before that, we didn't have something from the actual last session. So this is last session's graph, not very good. Give me a second to set everything up. Okay, so that seems to be this table. Hmm. Okay, just switch that. I'm gonna play. Actually, I think 3 zoom tables and 2 regular tables is what we're going for. Only gonna show one. Showdown value, yay. Okay, this is zoom as well. Oh damn. I think I screwed it up. I thought I set out a zoom table, but now I set out the regular tables, which I shouldn't have, because now I think I cannot rejoin this quickly. Maybe I can. Why is this? Oh, this is zoom. Damn it. No wonder. Can I play more than 4 zoom tables now? Or is that because... Can I play 6 tables if I run it? Zoom? Was it because I've set out the others? This could be a good start for the session. Oh shit. God. I'm so confused with streaming. I'm like, okay, now we need to log into PokerStars, so let's log into PokerStars. Usually I triple and quadruple check if I have no GTO with, oh fuck, I also have GTO Plus open. Oh my god. I usually quadruple check this all the time if I don't have anything open. But if I stream, it happened twice now. Oh god. So don't be surprised if I get banned or something. That's. I hope the mod will explain things. I don't know. Okay. So I'm on 2 regular tables now. The 4 table. They both suck. I can see that, but I have to play some minutes there anyway, I think. And also, I'm just gonna switch them out regularly once I take a break from the Zoom. And then table select again. I actually need to take a break for a second. My daughter's wanting something. So. Oh, I still have to fix. Okay, and what is with my chat plugin? I think I did not even implement this today. No, that should be working. Oh. Okay, so now let's put in some music. So other one can turn off the stream.
Stacks are reaching skyward, hearts are feeling tight. Once you push the all in, look away from the fight. Look away, don't worry.
Okay.
Keep your cool,
So,
stay light. Eyes on
I think I set up everything. I'm going to be playing now for, I don't know, okay, 500, 1000 ads or something like that. So then actually we'll try not to talk too much. And also not reach chat for the most part, and I talk.
Mental health is precious. Let worry drift away. Look away, don't worry. Keep your cool, stay light.
And then switch to the regular tables. So currently using one regular table. I think we're gonna switch to this is Zoom table though. Oh, that I still need to set up. Given it's much setup.
Take a deep breath, baby. It's just a game we play. Mental health is precious. Let worry drift away. Look away, don't worry. Keep your cool, stay light. Eyes on something steady. You'll be alright. Cards are on the table, chips a pile high. Click that button, fearless. Don't let the pressure fly. Stacks are reaching skyward, hearts are feeling tight. Once you push the all in, look away from the fight. Don't worry, your cool, stay light. Eyes on something
Shit, that's why it didn't work. This is switching all the tables apparently. How do I move that?
Every hand feels cold and tight, folding in the pale moonlight. It ain't here to bluff or play, always seem to have it their way. Oh, oh. Flop comes down, they pat their stack, while I'm short and feeling slack. Hoping for a break or change, but the chips are out of range. It's a new world, yeah. They always have a no bluff to see. It's a new world, yeah. Was it always enough for me? River caught ain't my friend.
Well, I guess I have to copy that again.
Another end. Same old story, different day. Wish the nits would go away. Pocket aces in their eyes, caught me with their cold disguise. Stuck here in this losing streak, feel so tired, I feel so weak. It's a new world, yeah. They always have a no bluff to see. It's a new world, yeah. Was it always enough for me? Pocket aces in their eyes, caught me with their cold disguise. Stuck here in this losing streak, feel so tired, feel so weak. It's a new world, yeah. They always have a no bluff to see. It's a new world, yeah. Was it always enough for me? Cards are on the table, chips are piled high. Click that button, fearless. Don't let the pressure fly.
So. What's that?
Stacks are reaching skyward, hearts are feeling tight. Once you push the all
Take a
in,
look.
look away from the
So,
fight.
lucky.
Look away, don't worry. Keep your cool, stay light. Eyes on something steady. You'll unwind. Focus on the present, leave the past behind. Take a deep breath, baby, it's just a game we play. Mental health is precious, let worry drift away. Look away, don't worry, keep your cool, stay light. Eyes on something steady, you'll be alright. Take a deep breath, baby, it's just a game we play. Mental health is precious, let worry drift away. Look away, don't worry, keep your cool, stay light. Eyes on something steady, you'll be alright.
Cards are on the table, chips are piled high. Click that button, fearless, don't let the pressure fly. Stacks are reaching skyward, hearts are feeling tight. Once you push the all in, look away from the fight. Look away, don't worry, keep your cool, stay light. Eyes on something steady, you'll be alright.
I think it makes quite some sense to take regular breaks. Basically, once I feel the need to switch the tablets.
Every hand feels cold and tight, folding in the pale moonlight. It ain't here to bluff or play, always seem to have it their way. Oh, oh. Flop comes down, they pat their stack, while I'm short and feeling slack.
Mein Po ist gerade so sauber.
Gott. Das ist Gemeinschutz.
Flipping the RNG, keeping ranges mixed. Balance in my play, got that GTO fix. No second thoughts, just a roll of the dice. Low frequency bluffs, feeling so precise. Pros and cons rolling through my head. Playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Build arrays, ranges where I normally fold. RMG's the key to breaking the mold. Shoving all in when the dice say go. No need to overthink, just let the numbers flow. Pros and cons rolling through my head. Playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Off in that river with the hand is so thin, but the RNG says it's a must-win sin. Got them hand readers scratching their heads, showing up with combos that they never dread. RNG's a tool, keeps me GTO tight, but sometimes I wonder, is it blocking my sight? No more worry about every single spot, but in the end, am I losing the plot? Sometimes it frees me, no need to think twice, just follow the numbers, it's cold but precise. But other times I wish I could feel the game. RNG's cool, but it's missing the flame. Pros and cons rolling through my head. Playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Thinking about exploits, should I break the code? Or stay in the line, follow the road? Long-term edges might not show today, but in the end, GTO might just pay. Pros and cons rolling through my head. Playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? understand. So I'll keep rolling, trusting in the odds. But with every decision I'm playing for the gods. Pros and cons weighing heavy on me. In this random world, where's my clarity? Is it just me, or is the RNG set me free? In the end, is it me or the RNG that's key? Bluffing that river with a hand that's so thin, but the RNG says it's a must-win sin. Got them hand readers scratching their heads, showing up with combos that they never dread. RNG's a tool, keeps me GTO tight, but sometimes I wonder, is it blocking my sight? No more worrying about every single spot, but in the end, am I losing the plot? Sometimes it frees me, no need to think twice. Just follow the numbers, it's cold but precise. But other times I wish I could feel the game. RNG's cool, but it's missing the flame. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand?
Chillin' at the table, mask on, stone cold, poker face, no trace, cards never get told. But life's not binary, it's never just fold. Only sit thinking absolutes is what we've been sold. Got ranges to balance, I'm playing in the dark. Not always strong, sometimes just a bluffing shark. You think I'm tight, but then I hit you with the spark. Mix it up, keep them guessing, that's how I leave my mark. Only sit thinking absolutes, my hands stay gray. Range is wide, in between is where I play. Can't read me easy, I ain't stuck in one way. Flex on them with the balance, watch me slay. From the flop to the river, I stay on my toes. Bet small, bet big, never let them know. The line between the truth and the lie, it flows. Gotta feel the vibe, that's how the game grows. Stacking chips, but the game ain't black and white. Every move calculated, every range in sight. You gotta tell, nah, I keep my game light. You read me wrong, I'm already out of sight. Only sit thinking absolutes, my hands stay gray. Range is wide, in between is where I play. Can't read me easy, I ain't stuck in one way. Flex on them with the balance, watch me slay. It's a dance, not a war, no win without a loss. Balance the chaos, never show who's boss. I'm not just tight or loose, I'm crossing every line. Only the sit think it's one or the other, but I redefine. So next time you play, don't be stuck in a box. Keep it fluid, keep it slick, stay outside the locks. Only sit thinking absolutes, that's the paradox. We balance, we flex, we rise like the stocks. Yeah. From the flock to the river, I'll stay on my toes. Bet small, bet big, never let them know. The line between the truth and the lie, it flows. Gotta feel the vibe, that's how the game grows. Stacking chips, but the game ain't black and white. Every move calculated, every range in sight. You gotta tell, nah, I keep my game light. You read me wrong, I'm already out of sight. Only sit thinking absolutes, my hands stay gray. Range is wide, in between is where I play. Can't read me easy, I ain't stuck in one way. Flex on them with the balance, watch me slay. It's a dance, not a war, no win without a loss. Balance the chaos, never show who's boss. I'm not just tight or loose, I'm crossing every line. Only the sit think it's one or the other, but I redefine. So next time you play, don't be stuck in a box. Keep it fluid, keep it slick, stay outside the locks. Only sit thinking absolutes, that's the paradox. We balance, we flex, we rise like the stocks. Yeah. Only sit thinking absolutes, once we slay. Yeah.
Precious building, turn card, just hit the board. Capped range shows, now it's time to wield the sword. Overbet the streets, my balance on the rise. You're trapped in the middle, no escape from my disguise. You fold too much, or maybe call too light. This is where the sharks feed and you're losing sight. I see the weakness and it's time to collide. You can't stop the flow, it's the turn of the tide. Turn of the tide, you can't hide. I bring the heat. Ranges collide, now you're drowning in defeat. Big bets, big stakes, it's time to decide. Will you sink or swim? It's the turn of the tide. Your hand's capped, but my range is wide. You're playing defense while I take the ride. Overbet your fear, I see it in your eyes. I'm playing balanced, but you'll be one to compromise. Mistakes get made, and chips start to fall. You fold, you call, I've outplayed it all. The turn is where power and pressure collide. You're caught in the current, it's the turn of the tide. Turn of the tide, you can't hide. I bring the heat. Ranges collide, now you're drowning in defeat. Big bets, big stakes, it's time to decide. Will you sink or swim? It's the turn of the tide. Your hand's capped, but my range is wide. You're playing defense while I take the ride. Overbet your fear, I see it in your eyes. I'm playing balanced, but you'll be one to compromise. Mistakes get made, and chips start to fall. You fold, you call, I've outplayed it all. The turn is where power and pressure collide. You're caught in the current, it's the turn of the tide. Turn of the tide, you can't hide. I bring the heat. Ranges collide, now you're drowning in defeat. Big bets, big stakes, it's time to decide. Will you sink or swim? It's the turn of the tide. The river falls, now the hand's complete. Every move I made leading to this final beat. You act like Daniel in, trying to read my soul. But this ain't no magic and you're losing control. Bluff, catch or fold, what's it gonna be? I'm stacking up chips and you're facing destiny. You held it together, but I see you sweat. You thought you could read me, but haven't seen nothing yet. I'm unreadable, quiet as you second guess. While inside you're breaking, caught in this mess.
Rivers reckoning, cards hit the fan. It's the final moment and you're about to melt. Truth or illusion, now we see the ending. It's the river's reckoning where fortunes are bending. You had a plan, but your reef was mistaken. Now you're hoping, not knowing if I'm faking. Truth or illusion, the end is in sight. It's the river's reckoning where we see the light.
Hand reads fail and frustration grows. You called for balance, but now the river shows. I checked back my two pair, you thought I'd jam, but this time I trapped you, it's part of the plan. Bluffs turn to monsters, the truth fades fast. Your stack's on the line and you're breathing your last. Bluff catchers fold or lose all their might. The river tells stories as we see the light.
Rivers reckoning, cards hit the fan. It's the final moment and you're about to melt. Truth or illusion, now we see the ending. It's the river's reckoning where fortunes are bending. You had a plan, but your reef was mistaken. Now you're hoping, not knowing if I'm faking. Truth or illusion, the end is in sight. It's the river's reckoning where we see the light.
Legends collide, skill must decide. Will you fold too soon or stay in the fight? You thought you knew, thought your red was tight, but now you're lost in the river's light. Chips fall fast and fear takes the lead. You thought I was weak, but I planted the seed. It's a fork in the road, glory or shame, and the rivers where winners carve out their name.
Rivers reckoning, cards hit the felt. It's the final moment and you're about to melt. Truth or illusion, now we see the ending. It's the rivers reckoning where fortunes are bending. You had a plan, but your reads were mistaken. Now you're hoping, not knowing if I'm faking. Truth or illusion, the end is in sight. It's the rivers reckoning where we see the light.
This is where the story ends or begins. At the river's reckoning, you win or lose your sins, frustration or glory. This is where we break. The river's your judgment, now decide what's at stake. You thought you knew the game, knew my hand, but the river's always where we take our final stand. Win or lose, it's all on the line. At the river's reckoning, you'll know what's mine.
Sometimes the mind's too loud, thinking way too much. But deep inside there's something you can trust. Don't need the map, don't need the plan. When you feel it in your gut, that's where it lands. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain won't show, the body keeps it real. No need to stress, just let it play. I'll watch myself grind and see what I say. It's wild how it happens, no thoughts, no grind. Your body moves faster than the conscious mind. Something's up, something I can't see, but I know I'm doing it right so effortlessly. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain won't show, the body keeps it real. No need to stress, just let it play. I'll watch myself grind and see what I say. It's wild how it happens, no thoughts, no grind. Your body moves faster than the conscious mind. Something's up, something I can't see, but I know I'm doing it right so effortlessly. The brain plays catch up, always asking why, but the body's out there reaching for the sky. Call it autopilot, call it something more. It's just the rhythm that I can't ignore. I swear my hands know what the mind can't grasp. Firing off phrases, no questions asked. It's like I'm just watching, seeing it unfold. Trusting this instinct, it's fearless and bold. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain won't show, the body keeps it real. No need to stress, just let it play. I'll watch myself grind and see what I say. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain won't show, the body keeps it real. No need to stress, just let it play.
Oh, I had my mic muted. Okay.
Feels like a
Good to know.
super
Well,
power
it was a
sometimes
mistake. We
ain't
should
dumb.
have.
Playing it loose,
Almost
just
bigger.
going with the drum. But the joke's
Something
on me when it all comes to light. My subconscious, yeah, it's a station, alright. So let it ride, let it play, trust the flow. Who knows where it leads, just enjoy the show. Trust in the gut, but here's the ration. Turns out my gut's just a damn station.
I don't want the music. Just had kings on the other table as well. This is great.
Sun breaks in another day to seize. Lace up my kicks, feel that morning breeze. Eyes on the prize, no time to lose. Heartbeat sinks to the rhythm of my shoes. Challenges ahead, but I won't break. Every step I take is one I make. It's grind time, I'm on my way. No looking back, not today. Building dreams with these two hands. Living life according to my plans. It's grind time, feel the drive. Pushing forward, I'm alive. Late nights blend into early morns. Fueling up on coffee, chasing dawns. Every setback is a lesson learned. Fires within passionately burn. Mountains high, but watch me climb. Turning moments into prime time. It's grind time, the world is mine. Lighting up the coffee, chasing dawns. I don't stop. Eyes ahead, the path is clear. Waves may crash, but I won't veer. Hands on the wheel, control my ride. Navigating twists with relentless pride. Echoes of doubt fade into the night. I'm the author of my story, writing it right. It's grind time, embrace the chase. No finish line, just picking up the pace. Building dreams with these two hands. Living life according to my plans. It's grind time, feel the thrill. Climbing higher over every hill. When shadows fall and lights grow dim, I'll keep moving, fueled from within. Every day's a gift, every climb. Embracing the hustle, it's always grind time. It's always grind time. It's always grind time. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Actually, for today, I think I already got my leaderboard hands, right? And if I remember correctly, it was pretty good. Well, fifth still. Which means I'm probably falling off. Amazing how much points you need nowadays.
Looking at the graph, everyone's in a fuss. Chasing shadows, trying to make it a
Okay.
must. I
I
go
don't
in the
know this
streets,
button. I
putting on a
always do
show,
this,
but I'm
but
following the light
it's
where the real
weird
ones
for
go.
me.
Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. I'm riding that yellow line, feeling so fine. It's more than just numbers, more than a stack. It's about the choices, knowing the track. Life's a game of balance, playing it tight. Some chase the fame, others chase the light. Yellow line's my compass, my guide through the night. Keeping it real, doing what feels right. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. I'm riding that yellow line, feeling so fine. Not about the glory, not just the stack. But the journey, the wisdom keeping me on track. A world full of noise, where everyone's flexing. It's easy to forget what you're really chasing. Red and blue might catch your eye, but it's the yellow light that won't ever lie. There's more than one way to play, more than one style. So take the shortcuts, I'll walk the mile. Yellow's the truth, cutting through the hype. Showing me the way to live my life. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. I'm riding that yellow line, feeling so fine. Beyond just the win, it's more than a stack. It's the path I'm walking, no looking back. It's not about the finish, it's the road you take. Not just the outcome, but the moves you make. Yellow line's the mirror, reflecting my soul. Showing me the truth, making me whole. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. I'm riding that yellow line, feeling so fine. Life's about the journey, not just the track. It's about the choices, no turning back. So let them chase lines, red or blue. I'll keep my focus, seeing what's true. Yellow line matters, that's where I'll be. Keeping it real, finding my peace. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. Yellow's the truth, every single time.
Every hand is like deja vu. 3 bet, 4 bet, I'm seeing it through. I got nothing, but they're always there. Snap call, snap raise, man, how's that fair? I'm on tilt, and I can't break free. Everything's falling apart, it's all on me. They got it every time, I swear they see. Feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. I'm trying to exploit, but they check raise me wide. 0% before, now they're messing with my pride. For 100 hands, now here they are, just to tell me, yeah, they're raising every skull on tilt. And I can't break free, everything's falling apart, it's all on me. They got it every time, I swear they see. Feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. I'm trying to exploit, but they check raise me wide. 0% before, now they're messing with my pride. For 100 hands, now here they are, just to tell me, yeah, they're raise and every scar on tilt. And I can't break free, everything's falling apart. It's all on me, got it. Every time I swear they see, feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. My overbets get snapped, no fear at all. Turn comes and they bet small. Feels like a trap, every single street. Exploited as fuck, can't take the heat. Same guy, winning every hand in sight. Playing face up, but I'm losing the fight. Every play
you
I
understand
make,
is that
they've got the read. Tilting me so hard, I
understand
can't
this,
even
but
breathe. I'm on tilt and I can't
streaming
breathe.
is distracting even though, like, I'm trying to do this now, concentrate without
Every time I swear they see, feels like the whole damn
Check
world's
what now?
playing back at me. Making me stop.
but it's still distracting because you just like constantly should just say something just loudly. No, like it's not mind that wanders towards streaming brain. That's a pure GTO race, obviously. Wait, the one assumption that we're making is pre-flop ranges of the Christian players, especially in both side.
Make you broken down, can they stop? If you let it or not.
Now all the bets get snapped, don't fear it all. Turn comes and they bet small. Feels like a trap, every single street. Exploited as fuck, can't take the heat.
Same guy, winning every hand in sight. Playing face up, but I'm losing the fight. Every play I make, they've got the read. Tilting me so hard, I can't even breathe. I'm on tilt and I can't break free. Everything's falling apart, it's all on me. Got it. Every time I swear they see, feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. Making they stop. Every hand's the same, can't bring back careful, can't even play the game. They're tilting me hard, I'm stuck in the zone. I'm tilt so bad, I should leave it alone. But here I am, stuck in the fight. Another snap raise, man, good night.
Man, can they stop? Every hand's the same. Can't 3-bet, can't fold, can't even play the game. That tilting me hard, I'm stuck in the zone. On tilt so bad, I should leave it alone. But here I am, stuck in the fight. Another snap raise, man, good night.
I made it run
Sitting on the neon lights,
Worked out.
chips are running low, cards ain't falling right, time moves so slow. Every hand's a battle, luck's taking its toll. Riding this roller coaster, trying to stay in control. Got those variance blues, they're pulling me down. One day I'm flying high, the next I'm underground. But I'll keep on dealing, got nothing to lose. Living life on the edge with these variance blues. Mm. Flop a set of aces, but the river don't agree. Lost it all to a straight story of me. Swings keep on swinging in this game I choose. Holding tight to my seat in these variance blues. Got those variance blues. Shadow in my play, chasing that elusive wind. Maybe it'll come today. Through the highs and the lows, I'll pay my dues. Keep on walking this road of variance blues. They say say stay the course. It's all about the grind. But when the deck is cold, it's messing with my mind. Gotta trust the process, let the numbers guide. In the long run, variance steps aside. Stacking up my chips, feel the tide turning round. Eyes on the prize, feet firm on the ground. Luck may be a lady, but skill pulls me through. Breaking free from the chains of these various blues. Shed those various blues. They're fading fast, knowing this hot streak is gonna last. In the rhythm of the game, found my groove. Stepping out victorious from the various blues.
I wrote all this time. I mean, everything
Yeah,
here,
the
but
various blues had me in their hold, but I'm back on top, playing brave and bold. The game's a wild ride, but it's the life I choose. Singing so long to the various blues. Just signed up for the big online game. Watched a quick tutorial, I know the names. Got my chips stacked up and a grin so wide. Time to show these pros how I ride. They call me a fish, but I don't mind. Swimming in the deep, treasures I'll find. Bluffing with a smile, thinking it's skill. Beginner's luck, I'm chasing the thrill. I play every hand like it's the best. Can't fold now, might beat the rest. Got a 7 and a 2, but who really cares? All in I go, catching them unawares. Call me a fish, but look who's ahead. Stacking up the chips while they shake their head. Ignoring the odds, riding my luck. Feeling unstoppable, lightning struck. I see their faces, trying not to laugh, but I'm too busy plotting my next gaff. They raise the stakes, I match the bet. Rules of the game, not learned them yet. They call me a fish, a title so sweet. Reeling in pots while they tap their feet. Maybe it's chance or maybe it's fate. Beginner's luck, ain't it great? The night's winding down, my stack's all gone, but I'll be back when the next day's born. They can call me a fish, but here's the twist. One day soon they won't know what they've missed. Yo, step to the table where the real ones clap. Scared players bet timid, their chips always slap. Got a pair in the hand, but they fold when it's tight. Bet a dime on the river, can't handle the fight. They're shaking and folding, can't handle the heat. Tiny bets on the river, man, the courage of cheat. Over bets they fear, can't handle the show. All in on the river, they're running from love. Scared players fold and never bend it big. Top pair in the hand, but they're playing so rigged. Spew turds go wild, all in with the show. 5X on the river, they're pushing the luck. Now beat the futures at the reckless parade. Over betting like maniacs, ships are always displayed. Shoving all in on the river with the 5X shove. Their bluffs on the river, they're pushing the luck. 5X on the river, they're pushing the luck. 5X on the river, they're pushing the luck. Now beat the future to the reckless parade. Overbetting like maniacs, ships are always displayed. Shoving all in on the river with the 5-act shove. The bluffs are a circus, no strategy above. The reins were junk, thinking the kings of the night. But the moves are all blunders, they're just a cheap fight. All in on the river with nothing but air. Watch 'em blow the stack, man, it's beyond repair. Scared players fold, they're never betting it big. Top pair in the hand, but the play's so rigged. Spew turds go wild, all in with the shove. 5X on the river, they're pushing the luck. Yo, scanty cats folding, can't handle the blaze. Spew turds in chaos, lost in the crate. Over bets and shoves, it's a poker disgrace. I'm scooping all the chips while they fall from grace. So if you're timid or wild, you're part of my game. I'm the master of this table, stacking up my fame. From scared little fish to the spew turds 5-buck spree. I'm the battle rap champ, it's all about me. 5X on the river, they're pushing the luck. 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 Yeah, players fold, they're never betting it big. Top pair in the hand, but the play's so rigged. Spew turds go wild, all in with the shove. 5X on the river, they're pushing the luck. That peak the future, they're the Rippers parade. Overbetting like maniacs, ships are always displayed. Shoving all in on the river with the 5-act shove. Their bluffs are a circus, no strategy above. They race for jump, thinking the kings of the night. But the moves are all blunders, they're just a cheap fight. All in on the river with nothing but air. Watch 'em blow the stack, man, it's beyond repair. Scared players fold and can't handle the blaze. Spiters in chaos, lost in the crate. Over bets and shots, it's a poker disgrace. I'm scooping all the chips while they fall from grace. So if you're timid or wild, you're part of my game. I'm the master of this table, stacking up my fame. From scared little fish to the spew turds 5-buck spree. I'm the battle rap champ, it's all about me. 5X on the river, they're pushing the luck. 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 So if you're timid or wild, you're part of my game. I'm the master of this table, stacking up my fame. From scared little fish to the spew turds 5-buck spree. I'm the battle rap champ, it's all about me. Under the glow of the midnight hut, balancing ranges in the online flood. Solvers guide us through the maze, GTO lines in this endless haze. We are the grinders, masters of the chart. Optimal frequencies drive our heart. Shove or fold, we know the score. In the game of EV, we're aiming for more. Aiming for more. Under the glow of the midnight hood, balancing ranges in the online flood. Solvers guide us through the maze, GTO lines in this endless haze. We are the grinders, masters of the chart. Optimal frequencies drive our heart. Shove or fold, we know the score. In the game of EV, we're aiming for more. Aiming for more, 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 aiming for more. Under the glow of the midnight hood, balancing ranges in the online flood. Solvers guide us through the maze, GTO lines in this endless haze. We are the grinders, masters of the chart. Optimal frequencies drive our hearts. Shove or fold, we know the score. In the game of EV, we're aiming for more. Aiming for more, aiming for more, aiming for more, aiming for more, aiming for more,
digital skies. GTO warriors, we optimize. All in moves with calculated guys. In the world of poker, we analyze.
Feeling high, cards in my hands, winning stacks across the land, lacking skill in perfect blend. Can't lose now, I don't pretend. Feeling like the gold tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm shining bright, feeling like the gold tonight. Flipping cards and counting wins, every deal my luck begins. In this poker dream I soar, gonna take it all and more. Feeling like the gold tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm shining bright, feeling like the gold tonight. But then a hand turns me around, all my fortune hit the ground. Feeling like the worst tonight, losing every single fight. Feeling like the gold tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm shining bright, feeling like the gold tonight.
Honestly, this end might be PJ, or it's probably PJ. So I have the history.
Then a hand turns me around,
Easily figure out
all
that
my
I'm bluffing.
fortune hit the ground.
I am.
Feeling like the worst tonight, losing every single fight. Feeling like the goat tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm shining bright, feeling like the goat tonight. But then
Oh, maybe as a first try as hard as he thinks. What do you play?
In the glow of the midnight screen, stacks rise high in the digital scene. Calculating moves unseen and swift. Fearless hearts ride the poker drift. We are the grinders, kings of the night. Fearless in battle, we play the fight. Love for call, we know the game. In the virtual realm, we stake our claim. Eye sharp on the pixelated field. Every card a secret revealed. No retreat, no fold in sight. We push the limits till morning light. We are the grinders, rulers unseen. Fearless and bold, we chase the dream. Chip by chip, we climb the hill. Masters of faith, bending it to our will.
I'm sucking. It's mortal. That's really bad.
Whispers in the chat, but we don't care. Strategies woven like a warrior's prayer.
Yeah, it was
Bankrolls
connected.
rise as foes depart. In this endless grind, we own the art. We are the grinders, legends untold. Fearless spirits breaking the mold. Hand by hand, we turn the tide. In the game of shadows, we confide.
Sweet, I think my rank back block's finished.
Yo, I step to the table, opponents on my radar. Fish swimming in circles, call a minnow a beta. Your range is so weak, like you're playing on a keyboard. Flops a disaster, y'all got no real board. You try GTO, but it's laughable, bro. Looking like official tilt, betting way too slow. Bluffing with the bottom pair like it's some grand scheme. But I'm reading your tells, knowing it's a bad dream. Or your plays are so basic and your strategy's whack. Trying to play like a pro, but your mind's off track. You're just a college station, fish in a trance. I'm taking all your chips while you're lost in your stance. Saw your 3-bet bluff, it's a total misstep. Hero calling with ace high, man, you need to rethink. I see you don't bet, it's a total disgrace. League after league, can't find your place. You're a right fish in the skies, trying to flex GTO, but your plays like a train wreck, slow motion show. Trying to balance ranges, but you can't even fold. Bluffing into my nuts, man, your story's been told. Or your plays are so basic and your strategy's whack. Trying to play like a pro, but your mind's off track. You're just a college station, fish in a trance. I'm taking all your chips while you're lost in your stance. Saw my E's too deep, oh, it's laughable, bro. Looking like official tilt, betting way too slow. Bluffing with the bottom pair like it's some grand scheme. But I'm reading your tells, knowing it's a bad dream. Or your plays are so basic and your strategy's whack. Trying to play like a pro, but your mind's off track. You're just a college station, fish in a trance. I'm taking all your chips while you're lost in your stance. Saw your 3-bet bluff, it's a total misstep. Hero calling with ace high, man, you need to rethink. I see you don't bet, it's a total disgrace. League after league, can't find your place. You're a redfish in the skies, trying to flex GTO, but your plays like a train wreck, slow motion show. Trying to balance ranges, but you can't even fold. Bluffing into my nuts, man, your story's been told. Or your plays are so basic and your strategy's whack. Trying to play like a pro, but your mind's off track. You're just a college station, fish in a trance. I'm taking all your chips while you're lost in your stance. Got my EQD on you, seeing all your stats. Your VPIP's high and your phone's just bad. Trying to GTO grind, but you're missing the point. I'm stacking all your chips, you're just making it joint. So here's to the grinders thinking they're elite, but they're just lost fish, I'm taking the seat. You might try to adjust, but you can't comprehend. I'm the king of this game, see you at the end.
Judge.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. Try 1 month free of charge.
Who's the GOAT? Let's spark the debate. Legends at the table, sealing their fate. From old school pros to today's new breed. In the world of poker, who takes the lead? Phil Calfon, a master of the game. From OMG clinic into household name. Left the grind but made a grand return. The Galfon challenge made the tables turn. Down millions but he staged a comeback. Took on the best, put them on the rack. Old school wisdom with a modern twist. In the pantheon of greats, he can't be missed. Who's the GOAT? The question remains. Each legend brings their own campaigns. From Doyle's tales to Ivy's gaze, they've all set the poker world ablaze. Doyle Brunson, the Godfather's tale. Decades deep, his strategies prevail. Super system taught us how to play. An icon who still holds sway. Phil Ivey, the silent shark. Reads your soul, leaves his mark. 10 bracelets and a mystic air. At any table he commands the stare. Who's the GOAT? Opinions divide. Each brings skill that's bona fide. From live arenas to online screens, they chase the glory by any means. Victor Blom, the mystery Swede. Isildur One made the high stakes bleed. Swinging millions in a single night. A fearless style, a daring flight. Daniel Negrino with the friendly chat. Reads you cold while he tips his hat. An ambassador with 6 gold bands. A crowd favorite across the lands. Fedor Holes, the young phenom. Crushed high rollers with aplomb. Retired early but left his trace. In poker's future he set the pace. Linus lit his love on the online grind. Cash game crusher with a brilliant mind. Unassuming but his stats impress. In the digital realm, he's one of the best. So who's the GOAT? The debate goes on. Each has moments to build upon. From Doyle's tales to Ivy's gaze, they've all set the poker world ablaze. Doyle Brunson, the Godfather's tale. Decades deep, his strategies prevail. Decades deep, his strategies prevail. Took our system, taught us how to play. Doyle Brunson, the Godfather's tale. Decades deep, his strategies prevail. Decades deep, his strategies prevail. Godfather, strategies prevail. Doug Polk, the strategist supreme, breaking down hands like a dream. Took on challenges with analytical might, proving his place in poker's light. Maria Ho, breaking the mold in a male-dominated world. She's bold, a pro and commentator with class, showing skill that none surpass. From live belt to virtual rooms, strategies shift but passion looms. They study, adapt, and stay ahead. In this game of skill, they're widespread. Who's the GOAT? Perhaps we'll never know. Each one brings a unique glow. Their legacy's built on highs and lows. In poker's story, their legend grows. So place your bets and play your hand. Learn from the best across the land. In this endless game of skill and chance, they've all led the poker dance. In the online poker scene, a storm is brewing strong. Solve the controversies raging, fight where we all belong. Doug Polk's voice is loud and clear, shining like a light, calling out the cheaters day and night. It's a fight, no more devices at the table. It's time to take a stand. RTA's the issue, let's join hands across this poker land. Preserve the game's foundation. It's time to make a change. No more solver crews, let's rearrange. Joey Ingram's on the case, digging deep with care. Talking to the pros, getting to the bottom, showing we dare. Tough conversations needed about devices and the game. Banning them for good to keep the spirit the same. No more devices at the table. It's time to take a stand. RTA's the issue, let's join hands across this poker land. Preserve the game's foundation. It's time to make a change. No more solver crews, let's rearrange. Look at chess, a game so fine. No devices allowed all the time. Players with chips and bags of two. No cheating gets through.
Too bad
Clean game, that's what we need in poker's hallowed halls. No more controversy, let the players stand tall. The WSOP main event, a final table fray. Jonathan Tamayo's win amidst controversies disarray. A laptop on the rail, the drama unfolded like a flame. Dominic Nietzsche set up, had everyone talking and the blame. No more devices at the table. It's time to take a stand. RTA's the issue, let's join hands across this poker land. Preserve the game's foundation. It's time to make a change. No more solver crews, let's rearrange. The poker world's divided, but one thing's clear. The solver controversy sparked a conversation we hold dear. A solution's needed to this problem so grand. A new era's emerging in this poker land.
Anything but the ace is not betting. I don't have any, I don't have ace X at least that left the turn. So I do have some two pairs, right? But it's basically okay, two pairs of betting. Pretty fair. Don't have a lot of bluff combos here.
Cards on the table now, heartbeats unsure.
Your smiles got me feeling alright. I was never tilted like this before, like this before. All in with my love, and I'm ready to score. I was never tilted like this before, like this before. All in with my love, and I'm ready to score. No turning back, the stakes are high. This game of hearts not just a lie. I was never tilted like this before, like this before. All in with my love, and I'm ready to score. I was never tilted like this before, like this before. All in with my love, and I'm ready to score.
Guess this would have been somewhat of a decent spot to dock. But now we're here.
Late at night with cards in hand, magic felt but hard to understand. Stack of chips, dreams in my mind. Those days are gone, hard to find. We played with our hearts, no machines. Nostalgic like old movie scenes. Seeing tells in every glance. Now it feels like we've lost the dance. Remember the magic we used to see before GTO took the mystery. Online rooms with cold precision, missing days with no decision. Once friends would gather side by side, bluffs and bets, no need to hide. Now it's numbers and perfect play. Lost that warmth, it fades away. Clicking buttons, calculating odds. Chasing wins, but losing God. Longing for that human touch. Do we ask for too much? Remember the magic we used to see before GTO took the mystery. Online rooms with cold precision, missing days with no decision. Remember the magic we used to see before GTO took the mystery.
Other
Online
thing I
rooms with
kind of
cold
wanted to play last
precision,
table texture on this stream, but then I
days with
thought
no
about the intuitive
decision.
approach of Lambda. Nope. I wanted to give that a shot, but really, I'm playing Zoom tables and not playing well because I'm playing or trying to play G or whatever. So look for the beginning of the stream for that, but then it's not like, okay, let's play until we're even, because, you know, I might be very well losing, or like, yeah, it's just not good tables. So the original idea of the experiment was to play really, really well selected, good normal tables, and then do that and beat them. I guess I found now two decent ones. Okay. I think the leaderboard is now full anyway.
For GTO, take the lead. Instinct over math. Hearts will bleed.
Also, I think one zoom table is gonna be. Maybe I keep one zoom table just for European pleasure. Also going to be interested in how my results vary on zoom versus
In the cards, fortune bold. Tear down the charts. Follow the heart. Chaos and chance, worlds fall apart.
I just zoom is just
Embrace the wild. Madness
another thing. It's just so complicated.
chaos, power found.
But it's not great. Not bad, yeah. I don't know.
Feel the pulse, keep moving on. Beneath the surface, fire burns. In players' eyes, rebellion turns.
Full house, what else?
Decisions blur, instincts green, beyond the charts. Live the dream, grind no more, a static ground. Ride the wave, victory bound. For GTO, embrace the wild. Madness reigns, fate revolve. In the chaos, power found. Winning hands without bounds. Theoretical chains shattered, gone. Feel the pulse, keep moving on. Beneath the surface, fire burns in players' eyes. Rebellion turns. Theoretical chains shattered, gone. Feel the pulse, keep moving on. Beneath the surface, fire burns in players' eyes. Rebellion's eyes without bounds. Decisions blur, instincts scream beyond the charts. Live the dream, grind no more on static ground. Ride the waves, victory bounds. Decisions blur, instincts scream beyond the charts. Live the dream, grind no more on static ground. Ride the waves, victory bounds. Decisions blur, instincts scream beyond the charts. Live the dream, grind no more on
I
static
mean, I have my
ground.
pocket pairs.
Victory bounds. Decisions blur, instincts scream beyond the charts. Live the dream, grind no
Like
more on
Jack
static
as well.
ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's the highest flash ball as well.
GTO, instincts scream beyond the charts. Beyond the charts, live the dream.
Might be
No more static ground. Ride the wave, victory bounds.
I'm no longer betting to pairs, so it's
GTO,
now.
instincts scream beyond the charts. Live the dream, grind no more on static ground. Ride the waves, victory bound. Fuck GTO. Embrace the world. Embrace the world. Madness reigns. Fate revolves. In the chaos, power found. Winning hands without bounds. For GTO. Decisions blur. Instincts scream beyond the charts. Live the dream. Grind no.
Verschließ nicht die Augen vor steigenden Stromkosten. Wechsle jetzt zu Max Energy.
Morgen, Cory.
Die wollen dir weismachen, dass du die Welt gestaltet hast. Aber es waren immer die. Wir rücken das wieder gerade.
Was passiert, wenn jemand rausfindet, was wir machen?
Eyes on the prize from the start. Playing your cards right smart. Know the game inside out. Never leave a doubt. on the prize from the start. Playing your cards right smart. Know the game inside out. Never leave a doubt. Calculated every step. Not a single move you regret. Stay ahead on every front. Mastering the hunt. Safe exploit, it's the name. In the zone, inside the game. GTO, but just a touch. Till it's all too much. Calculated every step. Not a single move you regret. Stay ahead on every front.
Leon.
Mastering the hunt. Calculated every step. Not a single move you regret. Stay ahead on every front. Mastering the hunt. Safe exploit, it's the name. In the zone, inside the game. GTO, but just a touch. Till it's all too much.
Yo, step to the table where the real ones clash. Scared players bet timid, the chips always slack. The top pair in their hand, but they fold when it's tight. Bet a dime on the river, can't handle the fight. They're shaking and folding, can't handle the heat. Tiny bets on the river, men encourage a cheat. Over bets they fear, can't handle the shove. All in on the river, they're running from love. Scared players folding, never betting it big. Top pair in their hand, but they're playing so rigged. Spewed toys go wild, all in with the shove. 5X on the river, they're pushing their luck. Now peep the spewters at the reckless parade. Over betting like maniacs, ships are always displayed. Shoving all in on the river with the 5X shove. Their bluffs are a circus, no strategy above. They raise with junk, thinking the kings of the night. But their moves are all blunders, they're just a cheap fight. All in on the river with nothing but air. Watch them blow their stack, man, it's beyond repair. Scared players folding, never betting it big. Top pair in their hand, but they're playing so rigged. Spewed toys go wild, all in with the shove. 5X on the river, they're pushing their luck. Now peep the spewters, they're the reckless parade. Over betting like maniacs, chips are always displayed. Shoving all in on the river with the 5X shove. Their bluffs are a circus, no strategy above. They raise with junk, thinking they're kings of the night. But their moves are all blunders, they're just a cheap fight. All in on the river with nothing but air. Watch them blow their stack, man, it's beyond repair. Scared players folding, never betting it big. Top pair in their hand, but they're playing so rigged. Spewed toys go wild, all in with the shove. 5X on the river, they're pushing their luck. Scaredy cats folding, can't handle the blaze. Spewed turds in chaos, lost in their craze. Over bets and shoves, it's a poker disgrace. I'm scooping all the chips while they fall from grace. So if you're timid or wild, you're part of my game. I'm the master of this table, stacking up my fame. From scared little fish to the spewed turds, 5 bucks free. I'm the battle rap champ, it's all about me. Scared players folding, never betting it big. Top pair in their hand, but they're playing so rigged. Spewed turds go wild, all in with the shove. 5X on the river, they're pushing their luck.
Yo, Yo, shuffle them cards, poker faces on blank. Royal flush, dream ships rise up the bank. Calling like a rap king, hustling till dawn. Pockets deeper than the lyrics in my songs. Mathematical mind, counting stacks in the bluffs. Reading every tick while they huff and they puff. Ace hidden up my sleeve, poker king or rap goat. Two worlds collide, who's staying afloat? Cards on the table, rappers in the booth. Strategies real tight, spitting pure truth. Start with a hand, end with a game plan. Heads up battles, yo, they scram when I slam. Pocket aces, versus sharper than blades. Kush clouds circle like shades and spades. Hold on or fold, I'm still stacking that paper. Mic to the height, can you feel the favor? Who's the real GOAT? Cards and rhymes we tote. High stakes, high vibes, it's a dual remote. Bet it all in, rap, sword, poker's best son. Legend in both games, undefeated #1. Bluffing MCs, bluffing at the felt. Riding on the beat or riding with the dealt. Rhythm in the vein, strategy in the pumps. Chips or bars, my style always thumps. Jack of all trades in this house of cards. Lyrics the dagger, every hand playing hard. Rap game on the brain, poker in the soul. Balance in the deck, still scoring gold. Chip leader or mic keeper, still on top. Rhythmic footsteps while the chips drop. Master of class, whether rap or the play. Two worlds collide, defining my sway. Who's the real GOAT? Cards and rhymes we tote. High stakes, high vibes, it's a dual remote. Bet it all in, rap, sword, poker's best son. Legend in both games, undefeated #1. But feel the real GOAT, cards and rhymes we tote. High stakes, high vibes, it's a dual remote. Bet it all in, rap, sword, poker's best son. Legend in both games, undefeated #1. Legend in both games, undefeated #1.
Shuffling cards, mind thinking deep. GTO we calculating, ain't no time to sleep. Solvers on the screen, everything's premeditated. Making decisions cold-blooded, never hesitated. Pocket ace to shine, but even suited connectors. Slice ranges, positions, every detail precise. EV on my brain, call it expected value. Fold arrays, every action, every clue. Table image cool, sunglasses low. Bluffing's an art, need the right flow. Nitty-gritty math, chase a right draw. Turn hits, river explodes, applause and awe. ICM decisions in attorney stack management. ICM site.
Yo, I'm sitting at the table and
GTO, risks take the lead. Instinct over math, hearts will bleed. Edge of the blade, gamble in sight. Ingrams whisper, sparks in the night. Calculated card, break through the mold. Rebel in the cards, fortune bold. Tear down the charts, follow the heart. Chaos a chance, worlds fall apart. Fuck GTO, embrace the wild. Madness reigns, fate reviled. In the chaos, power found. Winning hands without bounds. Calculated cold chains, shattered, gone. Feel the pulse, keep moving on beneath the surface. Fire burns in players' eyes, rebellion churns. Decisions blur, instincts scream beyond the charts. Live the dream, grind no more on static ground. Ride the wave, victory bound. Fuck GTO, embrace the wild. Madness reigns, fate reviled. In the
chaos, power found, winning hands without bound. Fuck GTO, embrace the wild, madness reigns, fate defiled. In the chaos, power found, winning hands without bounds. Without bounds.
Yo, I'm sitting at the table, and it's clear to see scared players full of value they're afraid to beat. They got top pair, but they bet so small. Nervous on the river, can't commit at all. They don't wanna face me, cause they got no bluffs. They're scared money's playing, it's all just a bluff. Hiding behind weak bets, man, it's a disgrace. Got no heart in their game, just a look on their face. Scared players folding, they ain't putting in the dough. Value betting tiny, it's a poker show. But spirits hearts go wild, throwing chips with no aim. Bluffing all their stack just to stay in the game. Then you got spirits hearts, who are just off the rails, dumping chips like water, leaking all their sails. They'll shove with air, and they're blasting it loud. No sense of control, just a reckless crowd. They think they're playing clever, but it's pure insanity. Bluffing every street, it's a poker calamity. In a pot with a monster, they're raising it high, but they're just running hot, watching their chips fly. Scared players folding, they ain't putting in the dough. Value betting tiny, it's a poker show. But spirits hearts go wild, throwing chips with no aim. Bluffing all their stack just to stay in the game. So here's the deal, the scared and the wild. One's too timid, the other's reviled. I exploit both ends, playing them like fools. Master of the table, breaking all the rules. So if you're playing scared or just going insane, know I'll be there, raking in the game. I'll read you like a book and take every dime. In this poker game, I'm the one in prime. So if you're playing scared or just going insane, no, I'll be there, raking in the game. I'll read you like a book and take every dime. In this poker game, I'm the one in prime.
Flipping the RNG, keeping ranges mixed. Balance in my play, got that GTO fix. No second thoughts, just a roll of the dice. Low frequency bluffs, feeling so precise. Pros and cons rolling through my head. Playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Build and raise ranges where I'd normally fold. RNG's the key to breaking the mold. Shoving all in when the dice say go. No need to overthink, just let the numbers flow. Pros and cons rolling through my head. Playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Buffing that river with a hand that's so thin, but the RNG says it's a must-win sin. Got them hand readers, scratching their heads, showing up with combos that they never dread. RNG's a tool, keeps me GTO tight, but sometimes I wonder, is it blocking my sight? No more worrying about every single spot, but in the end, am I losing the plot? Sometimes it frees me, no need to think twice. Just follow the numbers, it's cold but precise. But other times I wish I could feel the game. RNG's cool, but it's missing the flame. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands, but sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Thinking about exploit, should I break the code or stay in the line, follow the road? Long-term edges might not show today, but in the end, GTO might just pay. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands, but sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Thinking about exploit, should I break the code or stay in the line, follow the road? Long-term edges might not show today, but in the end, GTO might just pay. Is it just me, or is the RNG set me free? In the end, is it me, or the RNG that's key? So I'll keep rolling, trusting in the odds, but with every decision, I'm playing for the gods. Pros and cons weighing heavy on me in this random world. Where's my clarity? Is it just me, or is the RNG set me free? In the end, is it me or the RNG that's key?
Flipping the RNG, keeping ranges mixed. Balancing my play, got that GTO fix. No second thoughts, just a roll of the dice. Low frequency bluffs, feeling so precise. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands, but sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Build and raise ranges where I normally fold. RNG's the key to breaking the mold. Shoving all in when the dice say go. No need to overthink, just let the numbers flow. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands, but sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Buffing that river with the hand is so thin, but the RNG says it's a must-win sin. Got them hand readers scratching their heads, showing up with combos that they never dread. RNG's a tool, keeps me GTO tight, but sometimes I wonder, is it blocking my sight? No more worry about every single spot, but in the end, am I losing the plot? Sometimes it frees me, no need to think twice, just follow the numbers, it's cold but precise. But other times I wish I could feel the game. RNG's cool, but it's missing the flame. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands, but sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? Thinking about exploit, should I break the code or stay in the line, follow the road? Long-term edges might not show today, but in the end, GTO might just pay. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected hands, but sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand? So I'll keep rolling, trusting in the odds, but with every decision I'm playing for the gods. Pros and cons weighing heavy on me in this random world. Where's my clarity? Is it just me, or is the RNG set me free? In the end, is it me or the RNG that's key? Bluffing that river with the hand is so thin, but the RNG says it's a must-win sin. Got them hand readers scratching their heads, showing up with combos that they never dread. RNG's a tool, keeps me GTO tight, but sometimes I wonder, is it blocking my sight? No more worrying about every single spot, but in the end, am I losing the plot? Sometimes it frees me, no need to think twice, just follow the numbers, it's cold but precise. But other times I wish I could feel the game. RNG's cool, but it's missing the flame. Pros and cons rolling through my head, playing balance, but what's left unsaid. Catching them off guard with unexpected unexpected hands. But sometimes I wonder, do I misunderstand?
Chillin' at the table, mask on, stone cold, poker face, no trace, cards never get told. But life's not binary, it's never just fold. Only sit thinking absolutes is what we've been sold. Got ranges to balance, I'm playing in the dark. Not always strong, sometimes just a bluffing shark. You think I'm tight, but then I hit you with the spark. Mix it up, keep them guessing, that's how I leave my mark. Only sit thinking absolutes, my hands stay gray. Range is wide, in between is where I play. Can't read me easy, I ain't stuck in one way. Flex on them with the balance, watch me slay. From the flop to the river, I stay on my toes. Bet small, bet big, never let them know. The line between the truth and the lie, it flows. Gotta feel the vibe, that's how the game grows. Stacking chips, but the game ain't black and white. Every move calculated, every range in sight. You gotta tell, nah, I keep my game light. You read me wrong, I'm already out of sight. Only sit thinking absolutes, my hands stay gray. Range is wide, in between is where I play. Can't read me easy, I ain't stuck in one way. Flex on them with the balance, watch me slay. It's a dance, not a war, no win without a loss. Balance the chaos, never show who's boss. I'm not just tight or loose, I'm crossing every line. Only the sit think it's one or the other, but I redefine. So next time you play, don't be stuck in a box. Keep it fluid, keep it slick, stay outside the locks. Only sit thinking absolutes, that's the paradox. We balance, we flex, we rise like the stocks. Yeah.
Maybe next update to do this. Oh, if I click my name instead of switching to the big bands. What's this window in my face?
From the flop to the river, I'll stay on my toes. Bet small, bet big, never let them know. The line between the truth and the lie, it flows. Gotta feel the vibe, that's how the game grows. Stacking chips, but the game ain't black and white. Every move calculated, every range in sight. You gotta tell, nah, I keep my game light. You read me wrong, I'm already out of sight. Only sit thinking absolutes, my hands stay gray. Range is wide, in between is where I play. Can't read me easy, I ain't stuck in one way. Flex on them with the balance, watch me slay. It's a dance, not a war, no win without a loss. Balance the chaos, never show who's boss. I'm not just tight or loose, I'm crossing every line. Only the sit think it's one or the other, but I redefine. So next time you play, don't be stuck in a box. Keep it fluid, keep it slick, stay outside the locks. Only sit thinking absolutes, that's the paradox. We balance, we flex, we rise like the stocks. Yeah. Only sit thinking absolutes, watch me slay.
Actually, always forget, but 300. This was about that, I think.
Precious building turned carcass in the board. Cap range shows, now it's time to wield the sword. Overbet the streets, my balance on the rise. You're trapped in the middle, no escape from my disguise. You fold too much or maybe call too light. This is where the sharks feed and you're losing sight. I see the weakness and it's time to collide. You can't stop the flow, it's the turn of the tide. Turn of the tide, you can't hide. I bring the heat. Ranges collide, now you're drowning in defeat. Big bets, big stakes, it's time to decide. Will you sink or swim? It's the turn of the tide. Your hands capped, but my range is wide. You're playing defense while I take the ride. Overbet your fear, I see it in your eyes. I'm playing balanced, but you'll be one to compromise. Mistakes get made, and chips start to fall. You fold, you call, I've outplayed
outplayed it all. The turn is where power and pressure collide. You're caught in the current, it's the turn of the tide. Turn of the tide, you can't hide. I bring the heat. Ranges collide, now you're drowning in defeat. Big bets, big stakes. It's time to decide. Will you sink or swim? It's the turn of the tide. Your hand's capped, but my range is wide. You're playing defense while I take the ride. Overbet your fear, I see it in your eyes. I'm playing balanced, but you'll be one to compromise. Mistakes get made, and chips start to fall. You fold, you call, I've outplayed it all. The turn is where power and pressure collide. You're caught in the current, it's the turn of the tide. Turn of the tide, you can't hide. I bring the heat. Ranges collide, now you're drowning in defeat. Big bets, big stakes. It's time to decide. Will you sink or swim? It's the turn of the tide.
Honestly, guys, I'm saying I'm playing. I'm trying to play GTO, but sometimes I'm also saying things like, okay, let's test one session where we don't bluff, right? And that never works out. I just
The
can't.
river falls, now the hand's complete. Every move I
And,
make leading to this final beat. You act like Daniel in, trying to read my soul, but this ain't
This
no
might be the
magic
same
and you're
sometimes.
losing control. Bluff, catcher, or fold. What's it gonna be? I'm stacking up chips and you're facing
I mean,
destiny.
you're never
Held
sure,
together,
right, if somebody
but I
is
see
bluff
what
catching or
you
not, and what
want.
frequency it is. So,
Haven't seen nothing yet. I'm unreadable, quiet as you second guess, while inside you're breaking.
you know,
caught in
sometimes.
this mess.
That's kind of like, I really want to avoid that because I've tested this, and this might be the mistakes I'm doing, right? Who knows? The spots where I think I should be calling more or less could be in the exact spots where and really testing wise,
You caught for balance, but now the river shows. I check back my
oftentimes
two pair. You thought I'd jam,
think you
but
know
this
more
time
than
I
you
trapped
would
you.
have
It's
say
part of the
like
plan.
that.
Bluffs turn to monsters. The truth fades fast.
Why
Your
is this,
stacks
but-
on the line, and you're breathing your last. Bluff catchers fold or lose all their might. The river tells stories as we see the light.
That's like for some regressions I'm gonna sometimes do things. I would avoid it if I roll the number, but I might extend the love catches potentially like
Legends collide, skill must decide. Will you fold too soon or stay in the fight? You thought you knew, thought your red
so
was
the-
tight, but now you're
obviously
lost in the river's light.
not even like I'm failing to do this obviously as GTO would, right? First place. But then even like it probably failed
Winners carve out their name.
assumption of me being completely unbiased and just doing it because I think so. It's just not. I mean, I would try. But I might.
This is where the story ends or begins. At the river's reckoning, you win or lose your sins, frustration or glory. This is where we break. The river's your judgment. Now decide what's at stake. You thought you knew the game, knew my hand, but the river's always where we take our final stand. Win or lose, it's all on the line. At the river's reckoning, you'll know what's mine.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. Try 1 month free of charge.
Sometimes the mind's too loud, thinking way too much. But deep inside there's something you can trust. Don't need the map, don't need the plan. When you feel it in your gut, that's where it lands. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain won't show, the body keeps it real. No need to stress, just let it play. I'll watch myself grind and see what I say. It's wild how it happens, no thoughts, no grind. Your body moves faster than the conscious mind. Something's up, something I can't see, but I know I'm doing it right so effortlessly. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain won't show, the body keeps it real. No need to stress, just let it play. I'll watch myself grind and see what I say. It's wild how it happens, no thoughts, no grind. Your body moves faster than the conscious mind. Something's up, something I can't see, but I know I'm doing it right so effortlessly.
All on
The
the turn all
brain
the
plays
time and then
catch
roll
up,
forward.
always asking why. But the body's out there reaching for the sky.
happens
Call
to
it
the red line?
autopilot, call it something more. It's just the rhythm that I can't ignore. I swear my hands know what the mind can't grasp. Firing off phrases, no questions asked. It's like I'm just watching, seeing it unfold. Trusting this instinct, it's fearless and bold. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain won't show, the body keeps it real. No need to stress, just let it play. I'll watch myself grind and see what I say. Let it ride, let it flow, trust the feel. When the brain
By
won't
the
show,
way,
body
like
keeps
if
it
I'm
real.
trying to
No
enter
need to
GTO here,
stress,
it's not
just
gonna
let it play.
best
I'll watch
headline.
myself grind and see what I say. Feels like a superpower, but sometimes it's dumb. Playing it
play
loose, just
a
going
lot of
with the drum.
spots.
But the joke's on me when it all comes to like my subconscious. Yeah, it's a station,
Obviously,
alright.
other spots you might not show lots of I rushed, but
So let it ride, let it play, trust the flow. Who knows where it leads, just enjoy the show. Trust in the gut, but here's the
yeah,
ration.
but here's
Turns out my
here's the
gut's
reaction.
just a damn station.
The reason why I think GTO the highest red line is that I'm not able to finish that. While talking. The reason is
Sun breaks in another day to see.
GTO, like above GTO bots would have a negative red line.
Lose heartbeat
That's
sinks
just
to the rhythm
how
of my shoes.
poker works because
Challenges
negative
ahead, but
bots.
I won't break.
Someone's gonna lose without
Every step I
showdown.
take is what
So,
I make. It's grind time.
GTO bots
On my
against
way,
themselves
no
have
looking
a
back, not today.
negative red line.
Building dreams with these two
And
hands.
if you play like a couple of players that might not
Grind time. Feel the drive. Pushing forward, I'm alive. Late
Yes, that
nights
would
blend
help.
into
On the
early
other hand.
mornings, fueling up on coffee, chasing dawns. Every setback is a lesson learned. Fires within passionately burn.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
Mountains high, but watch me climb.
But on the other hand,
Into prime
they are not necessarily too passive.
It's grind
If they
time.
were checking flop,
Mine. Lighting up the
they might
coffee,
not put in
chasing
good
dawn.
bets.
Step by step, the journey's long, but I've been writing my own song. It's grind time. Hear the sound, feet on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I was trying to make a point that maybe it's the opposite.
Road gets tough, but I don't stop. Eyes ahead, the path is clear. Waves may crash, but I won't fear. Hands on the wheel, control my ride. Navigating twists with relentless pride. Echoes of doubt fade into the night. I'm the author of my story, writing it right. It's my time, embrace the chase. No finish line, just picking up the pace. Building dreams with these two hands. Living life according to my plans. It's my time, feel the thrill. Climbing higher over every hill. When shadows fall and lights grow dim, I'll keep moving, fuel from within. Every day's a gift, every climb. Embracing the hustle, it's always grind time. It's always
Yeah,
grind
my
time.
initial thought that was that okay, we're checking so much and they're checking more, so we end up like checking down. But that doesn't make sense to make you then lose without showdown, right? So just your winter showdown goes up, but not necessarily your headline goes down. Yeah, it's possible that the realization of that.
in a fuss. Chasing shadows, trying to make it a must. I go in the streets, putting on a show, but I'm following the light where the real ones go. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. I'm riding that yellow line, feeling so fine. It's more than just numbers, more than a stack. It's about the choices, knowing the track. Life's a game of balance, playing it tight. Some chase the fame, others chase the light. Yellow line's my compass, my guide through the night.
But
Keeping
let's
it
say
real, doing what feels right. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. I'm riding that yellow line, feeling so fine. Not about the glory,
spots where
not
you
just the
would
stack.
be
Journey of the wisdom keeping me on track. A world full of noise,
getting very big.
everyone's flexing. It's easy to forget what you're really
The range
chasing.
can be
Red and blue
whatever,
might
right?
catch
And
your
you always
eye.
choose the big
But it's
sizing
the
as we
yellow
have seen
light
in
that
the
won't ever lie.
last
There's more than
beginning.
one way to play, more than one
Sometimes
style.
that might
So
make
take the
sense in certain
shortcuts, I'll walk the
circumstances.
mile. Yellow's the truth, cutting
That
through the hype,
that
showing
sense you
me
would
the
have
way to
that
live my life. Fuck the red line, fuck the
a higher
blue
red
line.
line
I'm riding that yellow
that
line,
GTO
feeling so
would.
fine. Beyond
And
just
then
a
if you
face,
if you
more
play
than a
those kind
stack.
of players,
It's a path I'm walking,
they're
no looking
gonna
back. It's not about the finish, it's
they're
the
gonna
road you take.
downgrade
Not
your
just
red
the
line,
outcome,
right?
but the moves you make. Yellow line's the mirror, reflecting my
But
soul, showing me the truth, making me whole. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. I'm riding that yellow line, feeling so fine. Life's about the journey, not just the track. It's about the choices, no turning back. So let 'em chase lines, red or blue. I'll keep my focus, see what's true. Yellow line matters, that's where I'll be. Keeping it real, finding my peace. Fuck the red line, fuck the blue line. Yellow's the truth every
I mean,
single
Tesla is
time.
not something revolutionary or so. It's just something I
YouTube
would probably
Premium is ad-free
probably
YouTube and
just want
YouTube Music Premium.
position
Try
before.
1 month free of charge.
Every hand is like deja vu. 3 bet, 4 bet. I'm seeing it through. I got nothing, but they're always there. Snap call, snap raise, man. How's that fair? I'm on tilt, and I can't break free. Everything's falling apart. It's all on me. They got it. Every time I swear they see, feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. I'm trying to exploit, but they check raise me wide. 0% before, now they're messing with my pride. For 400 hands, now here they are, just to tell me, yeah, they're raising every scum on tilt. And I can't break free, everything's falling apart, it's all on me. They got it. Every time I swear they see, feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. I'm trying to exploit, but they check raise me wide. 0% before, now they're messing with my pride. Fold 400 hands, now here they are, just to tell me, yeah, they're raising every scum on tilt. And I can't break free, everything's falling apart, it's all on me. They got it. Every time I swear they see, feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. My overbets get snapped, no fear at all. Turn
I was
comes
just
and
saying,
they bet small.
so
Feels like a trap,
nice to see you.
every single street. Exploited as fuck, can't take the heat.
How are you doing? I think
Same
you
guy, winning every hand in sight, playing face up, but I'm losing the fight.
we talked.
Every
I
play
think
make, they've got
Alan
the
saw you
lead. Tilting me so
like
hard, I
somewhere.
can't
I
even
think
breathe.
on Walker now.
Tilting, I can't break free. Everything's falling apart, it's all on me. They got it. Every time I swear they see, feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. Making they stop. Every hand's the same. Can't 3 bet, can't fold, can't even play the game. It's tilting me hard. I'm stuck in the zone. I'm tilt so bad, I should leave it alone. But here I am, stuck in the fight. Another snap raise, man, good night.
It's pretty embarrassing. I'm like a Twitch streamer over, I don't know, span of 10 years or something like that. And I don't know what paper please even means or what that is. Let's just say I'm old.
Making broken down, can't be stopped. If you had it that.
GTO open.
Now overbids get snapped, don't fear it all. Turn comes and they get small. Feels like a trap, every single street. Exploited as fuck, can't take the heat.
Same guy, Winning every hand in sight, playing face up, but I'm losing the fight. Every play I make, they've got the read, tilting me so hard I can't even breathe. I'm on tilt and I can't break free. Everything's falling apart, it's all on me. Got it every time, I swear they see. Feels like the whole damn world's playing back at me. Man, can they stop? Every hand's the same, can't bring back careful, can't even play the game. They're tilting me hard, I'm stuck in the zone. I'm tilt so bad, I should leave it alone. But here I am, stuck in the fight. Another snap raise, man, goodnight. Man, can they stop? Every hand's the same. Can't 3-bet, can't fold,
That's
can't even play the game. They're tilting me hard, I'm stuck in the zone. I'm tilt so bad, I should leave it alone. But here I am, stuck in the fight. Another snap raise, man, good night.
Yeah, so the okay normal tables, I mean you don't see them because I just think it's too much better to watch. But they also not existent anymore. Like sitting on rectangles, one is maybe tight replay on it or something, but that's what, so
Trying to stay in control. Got those various blues. They're pulling me down.
but the rest is
One
actually
day
more
I'm
than
flying high, the next I'm underground. But I'll keep on dealing. Got nothing to lose. Living life on the edge with these various blues. Flopped a set of aces, but the river don't agree. Lost it all to a straight story of me.
I mean, do have basic, but it's paired as well.
In this game I choose.
And you have a really wide range, you need to be
Holding tight to my
planning so
seat
much, yeah.
in these various blues. Got those various blues. Shadow in my play, chasing that elusive wind. Maybe it'll come today. Through the highs and the lows, I'll pay my
I mean,
dues.
to be honest,
Keep
I
on
don't know
walking this road of various blues.
yeah, let's calculate a
They
little
say
bit.
stay
I
the
think Queen
course.
F5
It's
probably
all
doesn't
about
make it
the
actually.
grind.
I
But when the deck is cold,
don't make
it's
that.
messing with my mind.
I don't think it,
Gotta trust the process.
I wanted to make the calculation, but I
Let the
think now
numbers
the
guide. In the long run, various
board is paired
steps
with the ace.
aside.
I don't have that many ace-X. If you bet some.
Stacking up
I mean, I
my
do have
chips.
the other offset.
Feel the tide turning
Obviously, so
round.
it's not that little part, but I also have a very wide range, so it's not that common in management. And then the board is paired, and then the flush draws.
But
There's
skill
two of
pulls
them,
me
and when I have
through.
all of them,
Breaking free from the chains of these various blues.
maybe I could
Shed
think
those
about folding the
various
lower one.
blues. The fading
Turn,
fast. Knowing this hot streak is gonna last.
yeah,
In
take
the rhythm of the game,
probably want to
found
keep
my
it something like
groove.
this.
Stepping out victorious
Okay.
from the various blues.
Still,
Yeah, the various blues had me in
so
their
one
hold,
way is to wrap
but I'm back on top.
the straight. I
Playing
think the ace
brave
king wants to
and
check.
The game's a wild
that's-
ride,
that's-
but it's the life I choose.
But now that you
Singing
don't
so long
dunks,
to
it's
the various blues.
there's no queen axis, there's all this. Yeah, I'm not sure. You also need
YouTube
to
Premium is It's ad-free YouTube and video downloads you can watch anytime, anywhere. Try 1 month
It
free of
doesn't have all
charge.
the green X. Even if he had, space is a pretty small part.
Just signed up for the big online game. Watched a quick tutorial, I know the names. Got my chips stacked up and a grin so wide. Time to show these pros how I ride. They call me a fish, but I don't mind. Swimming in the deep, treasures I'll find. Bluffing with a smile, thinking it's skill. Beginner's luck, I'm chasing the thrill. I play every hand like it's the best. Can't fold now, might beat the rest. Got a 7 and a 2, but who really cares? All in I go, catching them unawares. Call me a fish, but look who's ahead. Stacking up the chips while they shake their head. Ignoring the odds, riding my luck. Feeling unstoppable, lightning struck. I see their faces, trying not to laugh. But I'm too busy plotting my next gap.
Anyway, so the cluster
I
and
match the bet. Rules of
I'm
the
not gonna do
game,
the
not
math because that would tell you too
They
much.
call me a fish, a title so sweet. Reeling in pots while they tap their feet. Maybe it's chance or maybe it's fate. Beginner's luck,
Well, that's just it. I
ain't
think I
it
have a
great?
lot of clusters.
The night's winding down, my stack's all gone. But I'll be
Need to
back
see that
when
he
the
also
next day's born. They
exploited
call
me.
me a
I
fish,
don't think like that, but
here's the twist. One day
checks
soon
so I
they
can
won't
bluff my
know what they've
flush
missed.
draws and bet my ace X. Something like that. But that's the devil speaking. So point is, queen high flush draw is pretty high up. And we have an all.
Table with the real ones.
What did he actually have?
Under the glow of the midnight hut, balancing ranges in the online flood. Solvers guide us through the maze, GTO lines in this endless haze. We are the grinders, masters of the chart, optimal frequencies.
I think it's Snapchat, but okay. Let's see.
We know the score.
Played.
In the game of Eevee, we're aiming for more.
It's tempting, right? Because usually when you go to bets, you bluff your non-main decks. So
Balancing ranges in the online flood. Solvers guide us through the maze. GTO lines in this endless haze. We are the grinders, masters of the chart. Optimal frequencies drive our hearts. Shove or fold, we know the score. In the game of Eevee, we're aiming for more. Aiming for more, 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 aiming for more. Under the glow of the midnight hood, balancing ranges in the online flood. Solvers guide us through the maze.
yeah, I don't have any knowledge at this moment.
We are the grinders, masters of the chart. Optimal frequencies drive our hearts. Shovel fold, we know
Also, like being restricted, quote unquote, to one level because that's what Master Time is about. It's a bit, it's not even it's gonna be completely insane to be reaction playing against.
glow of the midnight hood, balancing ranges in the online flood. Mixing lines, we don't collide. Nash equilibrium on our side.
I think we're gonna have this
Fearless minds on the GTO
search for material texture.
We find a way on the virtual felt. We seize the day. Blockers in hand, we plan the attack, exploiting leaks, no turning back. It maximizes pops and
interesting.
flames in this endless
There is not
grind.
even a
We
sit out
are
next trip time
just
button because I haven't played that in hands. I didn't notice that. I always ask myself how many hands do I have to play it, but I didn't sit out. But that answers the question right there. I don't know how I did it. Sit out.
Under the stars of digital skies, GTO warriors we optimize. All in moves with calculated guys. In the world of poker we analyze.
Feeling high, cards in my hands, winning stacks across the land, lacking skill in perfect blend. Can't lose now, I don't pretend. Feeling like the gold tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm shining bright, feeling like the gold tonight. Flipping cards and counting wins, every deal my luck begins. In this poker dream I soar, gonna take it all and more. Feeling like
can't
the
play it.
gold tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm
Let's look at the
shining
days.
bright,
So every creations are gonna be green
feeling
or
like the
half purple.
gold
Really want the purple ones.
tonight. But then a hand turns me around, all my fortune
Second
hit
one.
the
Maybe sometimes I'm
ground.
just mad at you.
Feeling like the worst tonight, losing every single fight. Feeling like the gold tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm shining bright,
So that's the third
feeling like the
level
gold
one.
tonight.
Let's count from now on, right? One, two, green, two green, and two. Three green, and two. But, I mean, look at this. So it's 22-14. Oh, you don't see it, but
All my
it's pretty tight.
fortune hit the ground, feeling like the worst tonight, losing every single fight. Feeling like the goat tonight, chips are rising, feeling right. In this game I'm shining
Four, actually
bright,
5 out of 4.
feeling like the goat tonight. But then again,
5 out of 6. We haven't seen a purple one yet, this is the main point. 5 out of 7. So now we have 5 out of 7, 5 out of 8, and 1.
In the glow of the midnight screen, the stacks rise high in
nine.
the digital scene. Calculating moves unseen and swift. Fearless hearts ride the poker drift. We are the grinders, kings of the night. Fearless in battle, we play the fight. Love call, we know the game. In the virtual realm, we stake our claim.
So what we have is like one
Sharp on the pixelated
tight fish per table.
every card, a secret revealed. No retreat, no fold in sight. We push the limits till morning light.
Much that,
We
but,
are the
you know, it's like
grinders, rulers unseen.
And that's basically, I don't think,
Chase the dream. Ship by ship, we climb the hill. Masters of
nothing
fate,
floating.
bending it to our will. Whispers
Or, I don't know, maybe I can beat the rig. Like, but it's going to be like, okay, it's probably a review or something like that. Right, but it's not a winning. Potentially losing. So. The last couple of hands we got some after actually turning on the reg tables when there actually were fish, and that's basically when the scarf turned around. Maybe I was just playing just too many tables, just not 42 million upsplits without knowing it is probably not great, right? So maybe should reduce the table I mean, yeah, it's just like one session. So we played 1,500 hands, probably like 1,200 something like that. Which is, if I wouldn't have had the leaderboard points beforehand already, we would have them. So that's roughly what I want to base.
GTO, but your plays like a train wreck, slow motion show, trying to balance ranges, but you can't even fold, bluffing into my nuts, man, your story's been told, or your plays are so basic and your strategy's whack, trying to play like a pro.